Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Swine Feed Additive Summit by Wisenetics, an event specially designed for swine nutritionists, where we will discuss the latest industry updates brought to you directly from the world's leading additive suppliers. Our goal here today is to provide you with everything you need to know to stay up to date with the latest research in the field while not having to leave your home. We believe and hope the event will prepare you for the market challenges. I'm Dr. Laura Greiner, and I will be your host this afternoon. On behalf of the Wisenetics team, I would like to thank everyone who joined us today. This will certainly be an afternoon of knowledge and valuable experiences, and we are very happy to have you with us. I myself am speaking from Iowa, but I'm sure we have people from all over the country. We would love to know where you're from, so please feel free to share with us right now. You can write that in on the chat, and we would love to know. I would also like to thank our sponsors who made this event possible: Alltech, DSM, Elanco, IFF, Carey, Novus, Purina Mills, Essential Ag Solutions, and Sunhigh. Last but not least, I would like to thank our speakers who will bring their best to the event, and I am sure it will add a bit to everyone who is present. Feel free to also use the YouTube chat if you need anything or if you have any questions. Everything will be answered at the end of each presentation. Without further ado, let's get started. I would like to introduce our first guest of the day, Dr. Zhongjing Yao, otherwise known as Dr. Johnson, who will talk about the effects of various feed additives on finishing growth performance and carcass characteristics, a review. Dr. Yao, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you with us today.
And thanks for the introduction, Dr. Greiner, and I want to thank Wisenetics for inviting me to do these presentations to share with you guys about the feed additive review I conducted for my pruning project during my PhD degree. So today I want to share this presentation, the effect of various feed additives on growth finishing, pig growth performance, and we also look like the carcass characteristics. And this paper is published in Animal. Here I provided the DUI if anyone wants to have more further information from this paper. Okay, so for some introduction, growth performance and carcass characteristics has been important for a competitive and sustainable pig productions, especially when the feed prices and environmental concern rises. How to make this pig grow faster, how to make them more efficient is hard. And for growing and finishing pigs, during this phase, they ate most of their feed. They have the most feed consumptions. And also their feed efficiency start decreasing because they're increasing maintenance requirement as they grow bigger. So there are several ways you can improve their performance, and feeding feed additive in the diet has the potential to improve their performance through different mechanism of actions. There are hundreds of different feed additives in the market, and there's hundreds of thousands of research papers looking at feed additive. However, there's not a centralized paper looking at comparing this feed additive in the same place and looking at which feed additive have the potential to improve this performance. So going to a little bit of mechanism of action. So with all these feed additives, we can summarize them by three main mechanism of actions. The first one is improving the health status of the pigs by providing antibacterial and immune-promoting properties such as acidifier, essential oil, direct fat microbial, yeast, copper, or zinc. Another mechanism of action is improving their energy and lipid metabolisms, which can be provided by betaine, chromium, conjugated linoleic acid, or carnitine. And then the last section, the last mechanism of actions is improving their nutrient digestibility, which is mainly provided by enzymes in the diet, such as carbohydrates, protease, or phytase, or a combination of these different enzymes into a multi-enzyme products. There may also be some potential positive effect on animal health with the enzymatic byproduct of these enzymes. So here we have three main mechanism actions. We have 6 category of additive from the health status mechanism. And then we have 4 categories from energy and lipid metabolism. And then we have 4 other categories from nutrient digestibility. So we have a total of 14 feed additive categories we summarized in this review paper. So the objective is to summarize all the available data. We want all the published data, all the university data. Then we want to look at the effect on growth finishing pigs, growth performance, and carcass characteristics. So how are we going to conduct this literature review? First, we need to find all the paper. So we search online article database for research article and university research report in English with specific keywords such as pig, swine, or additives commercial name or scientific name from the 5 online database I provided on the slides. After we collect all the data, all the papers from this database, we want to trim it down to find the paper that we want. So we construct the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. So for inclusion criteria, we want original randomized control in vivo studies. And we also want the study to have a control group with a basal diet without the feed additive, and then a treatment group with a similar basal diet with the feed additive added. So these control and treatment groups gonna have the similar nutrient profile, with the only exception being the additive in the diet. And we also want a control group and treatment group to have a similar starting body weight post-weaning after 7 kilograms and end up with an endpoint above 80 kilogram body weight. And we also want to have the report to report either growth performance and or carcass characteristics with statistical analysis. So exclusion criteria, we first take out all the duplicate search result, the same paper, and then we also don't want data duplication. So what's data duplication? Some researcher may publish the same data set in different articles, and we don't want this data to be double represented in our database. You also want the article to provide numeric value, because with numeric value, you can calculate the relative improvement when feeding this additive. And that's, we want the original full text of the article so we can extract the information to make sure the article fit our inclusion and exclusion criteria. So with these criteria, we end up with a total of 402 research articles, and the publication year range from 1957 to last year, 2022. So the next step is to extract the data. So we extract the growth performance. Here we have average daily gain and feed efficiency, and also extract their carcass characteristics. We select 3 criteria: back fat thickness, loin muscle criteria, which is represented with loin muscle area or loin depth, and also want the percentage length of the carcass. And then after we get all this data for the control and treatment group, we calculate the relative difference of the response and categorize it as a comparisons. So we take the treatment group value minus the control group value and divide it by the control group, and then make it into a percentage basis. And all these comparisons then were summarized based on their magnitude and also their significant level as a descriptive statistical analysis. Now let's move into the interesting part, the results. So with the limit of time, we won't be able to go through every single of the 14 feed additive one by one. We want to look at comparing them at the same time. So in order to compare them, we constructed 2 criteria in a 2x2 factorial fashion to categorize them into 4 areas. So the first criteria we have is looking at the number of comparisons. So if there's more comparison, means that there's more data, more result to support what we found when adding this feed additive. So we utilize the median of the number of comparison for these 14 feed additive. Here we have 36. In the next criteria, we look at their average improvement. Here we have 1.5%. We also utilize the medians of these 14 additives. So we are not going to look at the top half of this table because these additives have a lower average improvement below 1.5%. We want to focus more on the bottom half. So the first category, which are multi-enzymes, essential oil, and L-carnitine. they can have a high average improvement, about 1.5% in average daily gain. However, they have less data. They have less than 36 number of comparison compared to the next section, the acidifiers, copper, direct fed microbial, and yeast. They have a high average improvement. They also have a higher number of comparison, means that there are more data to support the results. So another way to look at the data is look at the distribution of the results. So here we have a pretty graph. Our x-axis is our 14 feed additive category with their number of comparisons. And the y-axis is a accumulation of the percentage of 7 response criteria based on their statistical significance and also their direction of improvement. So here we have red and blue. So the blue means that the result, the comparisons show the positive response. And the red part means that the results show the negative response. And the white part means that the control and treatment group had the significant, similar, exactly the same value. Therefore, there's no improvement. And then the darker the color means there's more significant. So the darkest blue and darkest red here means that they have a below 0.05 p-value. And the medium color here means that they have a between 0.05 to 0.1 p-value. And then the lightest color means that there's only numerical improvement. There's no statistical difference. So here we have the result for average daily gain. If you look at across the board for the 14 feed additive, you can see that most feed additive can show that about 50% of results have a positive response in improving average daily gain. If you look closely for the 4 feed additive we selected from the previous table, the acidifier, direct feed microbial, yeast, and copper, they all showed almost about 75% of the results showed a positive response, and most of them also have 25 and above. The results showed a significant improvement. This high significant level means that this additive may be able to consistently improve the average daily gain and allow us to find a significant difference. If you look closely to other feed additives such as essential oil, you may think essential oil have a high percentage of results show the positive response and also have a high percentage of results show a significant response. However, if you look at the number of comparison essential have, it's only at 20 comparison. So even though there are some papers suggest essential oil have a high good response, there are less data to support it. And also where the paper is published, you need to also be concerned when you utilize this additive. So next, that's moving on to feed efficiency. Similar to the average daily gain, we have number of comparisons, and we also have average improvement. So we're not going to look at the top half of this table, we'll look at the bottom half. So for multi-enzyme, essential oil, and yeast, they can have an average improvement above 2.6% improving feed efficiency. However, they have a less number of comparison at 34 compared to the next group, the acidifier, betaine, CLA, and direct-fed microbial. They have high average improvement in feed efficiency. They also have the highest number of comparison compared to the previous group. So if you look at the graph for feed efficiency, similar to the average daily gain, there's across the board, most additives show the positive response in improving feed efficiency, and even there are less significant negative response for feed efficiency. So if you look at the 4 additives from the previous table, acidifier, direct-fed microbial, betaine, and CLA, they can provide about 50% of the results show the positive response. And for CLA and DFM have a higher percentage of results show the significant improvement in feed efficiency, means that these two may be able to be more consistently improve the feed efficiency. So now let's move on to the carcass. What about the carcass? So here we have back fat thickness. So compared to the growth performance data, you can see that the number of comparisons starting to drop because there's less research, less paper that collect the carcass data. And for average improvement, different to other criteria, for back fat thickness within a certain range, we want it to be lower. So here we have 1.5% reduction in back fat thickness as our medians. So if you look at the first section, direct fed microbial, essential oil, and yeast, they have a high average reduction in back fat thickness. However, they have less data. So if you look at next section, the betaine, chromium, CLA, and L-carnitine, They have a high average reduction in back fat thickness and also have the most number of comparisons. If you go back a few slides to our introduction for mechanism of action, these 4 additives share the similar mechanism of action in improving lipid energy metabolism. So these 4 additives will be able to reduce the back fat thickness, and this reduction in thickness hopefully repartition this energy for back fat to other parts of such as growth or lowering muscle criteria or percentage of lean to improve the lean growth. If you look at distribution of results for back fat, here you can see that there are less data to suggest there's significant difference, maybe due to higher variability in carcass data or the data selection method, like increase the variability, reduce our chance to find a significant difference. So for back fat, we want to look at the negative response. So we want to look at the red part, the top part of this graph. So we can see that betaine, chromium, CoA, and L-carnitine, they all have about 50% of the result reduce the back fat. And for CoA, having the highest percentage of result showed a significant reduction in back fat thickness. So moving on to loin muscle area, we have less number of comparisons compared to back fat thickness because most people start reducing to collecting this data. And the average improvement, the median here is at 1.3%. So for acidifier, direct fat, microbial, essential oil, L-carnitine, and yeast, they have a high average improvement, but less data. And for chromium and copper, they have high average improvement and with more data. So if you look at distribution of the result, first thing you can notice that there's not a lot of significant response across the board for either feed additive. And for copper and chromium have a higher number of significant response compared to copper. So chromium may be able to be more consistently improve the loin muscle area. So moving on to our last criteria, percentage of lean. So the number of comparison, the median here is at 17, and the average improvement, the median is at 0.95% improvement in percentage of lean. So direct fat, microbial, L-carnitine, and yeast, they have a significant improvement in lean. However, they have less data compared to betaine, chromium, CoA, and copper. So if you look at the result for percentage of lean, so copper, betaine, chromium, and CoA, we can see that CoA have the highest number percentage of results show the significant improvement in percentage of lean. And for betaine and CoA and chromium from the previous mechanism action slides, we know that they can improve energy and metabolism, and we also observe a reduction in back fat. Therefore, they have a reduction in back fat and repartition this energy into the lean growth. Therefore, we found a response in improving percentage of lean. So now moving into the conclusion of all these different tables, we can extract the most important data. The first part is the data with the most evidence of improvement, which are the data that have the highest average improvement with most results, most comparisons. And for potential other additives, they have the high average improvement in their performance. However, they have less data to support their results. So if you look at individual additives, look at acidifier, they improve the average daily gain and feed efficiency. This improvement in gain also have the potential to improve loin muscle area. And for copper, it improved the average daily gain. This improvement in growth improved the loin muscle size and also improved the percentage of lean. For direct fat microbial, you have the most evidence in improving feed efficiency, and they have the potential to improve the carcass characteristic. However, they need more result and more data to support it. And yeast is really similar to direct fat microbial in improving average daily gain and potential to improve feed efficiency and carcass characteristics. Now moving on to betaine. Betaine improved the feed efficiency maybe due to the improvement in energy and lipid metabolism. This mechanism also reduced the back fat thickness and repartition to improve the percentage lean of the carcass. Really similar to betaine, CoA have a similar mechanism of action, improving the feed efficiency, reduce the back fat thickness, and therefore improve the percentage lean of the carcass. So chromium may not be able to improve the growth performance. However, it had a pretty promising effect on carcass characteristics, here showed in back fat, loin muscle, and percentage of lean. If you look at carnitine, it can have the potential to improve gain, evidence improving back fat thickness, and have potential to improve muscle criteria. And there are some additives that have the potential to improve either growth performance or back fat thickness, such as multi-enzyme and essential oil. However, there are less data to support their results. And last thing you need to notice that the publication bias and the location of study need to be considered, as different locations have different diet formulation philosophy and also different diet materials that may change your effect when you added this additive in the diet. So thank you for listening. I want to thank Webconference for invitation and thank National Pork Board for sponsoring this literature review. And I will take any questions from now on.
Presentation. That was a wonderful job. We do have a question from the audience. They said, based on your review, what are some practical applications that we can currently use in the pig industry?
So to look at my review based on the practical sides, so first you can look at the summary tables and you want to know what you're trying to fix. So if you don't have a average day gain, pig is already growing fast, you may want to look at the additive that can improve your feed efficiency. However, if you have a feed efficiency problems, you look at a feed additive that can improve your feed efficiency. Also, practical sides, the table showed some response. However, you may want to look more closely at the data sometimes based on where's your location. So your diet, what you can fix, such as when you are using enzymes in your diet, you need to have substrate to allow this enzyme to have their benefit when added into the diet.
Very good. The next question that came up is, based on your review, are there any limitations that we should be considering when interpreting your results?
So yes, so these are data, our literature review. You can look at that. We summarize a lot of data, and there's a lot of data from different locations, different area, and different diet types. So that's something you cannot just interpret so fast just looking at the data. You need to be careful when you utilize it. So in our published paper, we have a table with all the published paper when their relative improvement, with where the trial was conducted, what their basal diet was, and even with the inclusion level. So if you want to look at more closely, you can go to our supplemental material where you can get more information. So you can look at where you're from, what's your diet, and be more specific on which one you want to look at. So that's what we did. We summarized all of the papers so you don't need to find it yourself. It's all there. It's in a little treasure case. Just need to open it and find the data.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Just a reminder, as I'm going through these questions, for anybody who does have a question, don't forget to drop that in our YouTube chat, and we'll be happy to ask those to our speaker.
And you can send me an email too.
Oh, that too. That would be great.
And I provided my CV on here with a QR code. I'm about to graduate, so if anyone needs someone, I'm here.
That's wonderful. Dr. Yao, we do have another question from the audience. There was a question around heat stress. If we think that any of the data that you're looking at might be influenced due to any potential heat stress.
So yes, some of the data do suggest some additive have a chance to improve the heat stress, mainly at the energy and lipid metabolisms. I think Betames has some research have conducted on heat stress. They have some improvement when they're under more stress, lower feed intake, and then you want to be more efficient and utilize that those nutrients to reduce probably the metabolized heat during the heat stress. So we didn't specifically take out those data, but you can find it in the paper, but we didn't extract it. That you may need to go through the paper more detail to look at those papers by itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. The other question that I actually had during your presentation focused around if you had any luck finding definitions of health status through some of these different feed additives. I know sometimes health status is hard to identify in papers, and I think it's really important as we in particular talk about feed additives and what the status of those pigs were. Did you have any luck in your research to find those pieces of information?
Yeah. So for when I'm collecting all the data, some of the research conduct their feed additive trial on top of the challenging trials. So that can kind of mimic the health status issues. Some additives such as directed microbial, those eubiotic, prebiotic kind of additive have the chance to improve the performance when they're under stress, under challenging, and also it's more of extract from the challenging. Some diets they formulated a little bit below their nutrient requirement for enzyme trials. When they have some deficiency, they have higher improvements in their results. So those are the areas you can look more into it to see if there's some benefit in more improving the efficiency, allow them to give it a more extra value than just growth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of work that you put together on that feed additive review, and certainly we know there's many different limitations and different ways to interpret, and as you just mentioned, depending on how we formulated the diets, the diet composition, geographical location, health status, all of those things can influence the findings. But again, if you have questions about what's been done and where we stand today, there is a nice publication done by Dr. Yao and the team that can answer some of those questions for you.
If anyone wants to do a meta-analysis, you know your data source.
There you go.
And more detailed, more statistical compared to our descriptive statistical analysis, which has its limitations, but it's not the scope of this review. It's more of a collecting and then summarize it to allow people have a database to find what they want.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your work. And again, thank you for your time today, Dr. Yao. We greatly appreciate it, and we wish you all the best.
Thanks, Dr. Greiner, and thanks again for the invitation, and hope you all have a good afternoon. See ya.
Our next guest today is Dr. Erin Bryan with Purina Mills, Dr. Erin Bryan from Purina Mills. Today, she will talk to us about how supporting pig health and performance with Purina's Endura pig feed additive. Dr. Bryan, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm really glad that we had a nice segue at the end of that last talk, talking about health status, because that is absolutely what I'm going to be focusing on today. And so I'd like to start off with a little bit of an overview, kind of a 5,000-foot view of what Purina was looking at when we were coming up with this particular additive. And I'm sure we're all familiar with this. And so I'm going to kind of, like I said, go over it kind of from the top down, right? And so when we think about weaned pigs in general, there's a lot of challenges that kind of go with them. And I like to think about weaned pigs kind of like a middle school boy almost. And so we think about some of the diet changes that these pigs undergo. And a middle school boy, at least if my husband is one to go off of, right? He certainly had some dietary changes when he started getting some freedom. He started eating some things that maybe mom wouldn't approve of. And that places a lot of stress on the gut, right? And so when we think about our weaned pigs transitioning from milk onto a solid diet, typically in that nursery phase, that also places a lot of stress onto their gut. And what's unfortunate about this from an immunology standpoint is that at this point in time, 70% or so of the immune system of these pigs actually lives within that gastrointestinal tract. And so as we're stressing that tract, we're actually stressing the immune system as well. On top of that, I think we can all remember being young and walking into homeroom, so to speak, and trying to make friends and trying to find our way, right? And that is tough for us and certainly raises some cortisol. Same thing for these pigs, right? When we get some of this mixing that occurs, it raises the cortisol, it raises the epinephrine in these animals. And unfortunately, both of those hormones actually have immunosuppressive capacity to them. And so on top of stressing the immune system, because we're stressing that gut, we're also stressing the immune system because it's getting all of these signals from these adrenaline type hormones that are basically trying to tamp down the immune system's ability to do its job. And then finally, we think about the combination of an immature immune system and novel pathogens. Again, I'm sure those of you that have kids or kids going into middle school or whatnot, I mean, they get into all sorts of stuff, right? And they bring it home and then the whole family gets sick. It's kind of the same concept here. These guys are coming into contact with all sorts of different novel pathogens. And at the same time, we know that their immune system is not fully developed at this point. And so they are not able to really do a good job in helping to respond to these novel pathogens that they're coming into. And so when we were looking at kind of all of these challenges from a holistic view, and then thinking about what happens when we add on some sort of direct disease challenge, like a PRRS infection, like a strep suis infection, what we were trying to do here at Purina is identify ways that we could support a weaned animal through this process. And so that's how we came up with Endura Pig and the clinical trial that I'm going to talk to you about today. And so we were very lucky. We were able to do this particular trial in conjunction with the university, which meant that we were able to do this in a BSL-2 facility. And so we had 3 different groups here, a no challenge control. Group 2 was our positive control. So we did do the PRRS and the strep suis co-infection there. Group 3, we went ahead and supplemented the basal diet with Endura Pig, just replacing corn there. This was a 174 strain of PRRS. It was a field isolate. And this was the 1/2 serotype of strep suis for those of you that are interested. Some basic information on the bottom. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I just think it's important to note that these were maternal barrows that were coming in from a high health source herd. So no clinical history of PRRS, no strep suis, and they were not PRRS vaccinated. And so looking at our research timeline here, this was a really basic study, right? And so we went ahead and brought these pigs in, gave them about 8 days or so to get used to the environment around them. For those of you that have been in a BSL-2 facility or a biosecurity level 2 facility, you kind of know that they look a little bit like insane asylums, or how I picture insane asylums to look. And so we want to give those pigs some time to get used to their new environment, get used to their diets before we go ahead and stress them out even more with a disease challenge on top of it. And so they were assigned to their experimental treatments at that point in time. So a little bit of a loading period there. Excuse me. So on day 0, we went ahead and intranasally inoculated our 2 groups, our positive control and that treatment group, with PRRS. And then on day 5, we went ahead and inoculated them again intranasally with the strep suis. The reason for that lag is because that's what you'd see in the field, right? And so we think about PRRS and the immunosuppressive nature of PRRS and some of the opportunistic co-infections that come with it. And we expect that little bit of a lag to occur because PRRS needs to have some time to do its thing before we start to see those opportunistic co-infections pop up. And so that's why we went ahead and waited 5 days then. And so then on day 10, we euthanized half of our pigs such that we could go ahead and take a look at some lung outcomes there. And then on day 21, we went ahead and terminated the study by euthanizing the remaining half of the pigs, looked at some of those outcomes as well. And so just for the purposes of time today, I'm going to share just a subset of these results that I have, mostly focusing on closer to peak infection time point. And so one of the first things that we looked at, we asked the personnel associated with this particular trial to go ahead every day and score pigs on a binary yes/no scale as to whether or not they were exhibiting signs of respiratory distress. And respiratory distress in this instance means anything that a producer would walk through their barn and start to get that sinking feeling in the pit of their stomach, right? So we're talking coughing, wheezing, thumping, anything that is indicative of some sort of respiratory infection going on there. So again, this is just a binary yes/no scale. We weren't asking them to score on severity here. This was daily, but for the sake of not looking at 21 different time points altogether, I went ahead and collated these into different subsets of days, right? And the thing that I'd like to point out really is this 20% reduction starting at about day 11 through 14. And then when we jump forward from 15 to 21, a 40% reduction in the number of pigs that were experiencing respiratory distress when we look at our positive control as opposed to our Endura Pig treated group. What's impressive about this is that all of these pigs, both within the positive control group and within our Endura pig challenge group, both bled and swabbed positive for both PRRS and strep suis. So our inoculation was good here. Really what this indicates to me from an immunology standpoint is that the pigs that had access to Endura pig were actually able to better handle the stress of the challenge that was given to them such that they don't become symptomatic, right? And what's really amazing about this is that we know that that 11 to 14 and 15 to 21 day time period is when peak infection is going to occur. And so the fact that we have a 40% reduction in the number of pigs that are exhibiting symptoms really gets at a concept of reduced infection severity at this point. So the next thing that I'd like to show you is looking at viral RNA copies in both the serum and the lung. I like to have these two things together because I think it's important to look at the pig as a whole, right? And so when we look at viral RNA copies in the serum, and again, this is just at DPI 21, that's closer to peak infection than day 10 was, and so that's what I elected to show you here today, but we follow similar trends on day 10 if you're interested. When we look at viral RNA copies in the serum, what we see is a 69% reduction in the number of viral copies in the serum from our positive control group down to our Endura pig group. And this gets at a little bit of a mode of action behind those reductions in symptoms that I just showed you on the previous slide, right? And so when we think about PRRS generally as an illness, we know that it likes to squat in the lungs, right? We know that's where it's happy. That's where it wants to be. And the happier it is, the more it's going to replicate there, the more it's going to bleed or seep out into peripheral circulation, which is where we would pick it up in a serum sample, right? And so a reduction in the amount of virus within that sample really kind of tells us a little bit about the severity of the infection at that time point. And again, very complementary to the data that I just showed you. When we jump over to the lung, again, given what I just said to you about, PRRS squats in the lungs, that's where it's happiest, and we expect less of it to bleed out if there's less of it in the lungs. We expect a similar magnitude of reduction here. Sure enough, that's what we saw. The other thing that I kind of think about when I look at lung viral load, I really kind of think about duration of illness, right? And so knowing that that's where PRRS likes to hide out, so to speak, knowing that that's where PRRS likes to live in the pig. And we think about the immune system doing its best to try to overcome that challenge within the lung. The better that the immune system does that job, the lower the amount of virus is going to be present in that lung. The lower the amount of virus that's present in that lung, the smaller, of a hill that the immune system has to climb in order to eventually eradicate that virus, right? And so again, looking at serum or kind of the pig as a whole, right? The serum tells us that we have a reduction in the severity of that illness. And then the lung tells us that we potentially have a reduction in the duration of that illness as well. And so when we're looking at immune function, we went ahead and asked a pathologist at each one of these euthanasia days to go ahead and score on a yes/no scale for macroscopic pneumonia lesions. And so what we saw here, I just wanted to throw that picture up there so you guys know exactly what it was that we were looking for. We're looking for those purple spots, essentially. Those are hemorrhagic lesions associated with pneumonia. PRRS and strep suis together, very, very common to get pneumonia with it, right? So we absolutely expected to see some. When we look at day 10 of the pigs that were sacrificed on that day, we see that 40% of our positive control were in that yes category of having lesions, whereas 0 of our Endura pig group had those lesions. When we jump forward to day 21, 80% of the pigs that were euthanized in our positive control group on that day had lesions. Meanwhile, only 20% of our Endura pig group had lesions. So again, this goes hand in hand with that concept of reduced infection severity, the immune system having a better control over this infection such that it's not running rampant, not getting out of hand. And so, of course, the next thing that we want to know is severity of that pneumonia, right? And so we asked that pathologist, the same one who went ahead and scored yes or no for those macroscopic lesions, we asked them to score what percentage of the lung was covered, right? And so this is going to get at mortality and morbidity within the nursery. And so of the pigs that were in that yes category on day 10 in our positive control, on average, approximately 69% of their lung was covered. And so that really, again, is kind of devastating to that animal when you think about these lesions really truly being necrosis, right? I mean, these lungs are dying, and that's part of what we're seeing here. Meanwhile, again, we had no of the Endura pigs that had lesions. So obviously we can't score them on severity because there was nothing to score on, basically. When we jump forward to day 21, in our positive control group of the pigs that had lesions, on average, 47.5% of their lung was covered. And then remember, 20% of the Endura pigs that were euthanized on day 21 did have pneumonia lesions. So of those pigs, on average, 9.5% of their lung was covered in these lesions. So again, a reduction in the severity of that illness. Not only are we reducing the incidence of pneumonia, we're reducing the severity, which is going to translate to mortality throughout the nursery and morbidity as well. The other thing that we did, which we're still working through, because I'm sure you guys can appreciate bioinformatics data is difficult to work through, but I wanted to go ahead and just throw out a little taste of what we're working on, right? We wanted to go ahead and look at that nasal microbial profile. And so one of the things that we were interested in is whether or not we could characterize the spike that typically happens with these opportunistic pathogens, right? And so even though this is a clinical trial, even though this is a controlled study, we used a lower dose like most clinical trials do because we wanted to maintain our reps, right? We still expect to see that same pathogenesis that we see in the field, where PRRS has an immunosuppressive ability, and that's what allows some of these more opportunistic pathogens that exist in a normal, healthy respiratory tract to start to veer outside their lane, so to speak. They start to outcompete some of the other beneficial microbes and switch or shift from being a part of a normal, healthy microbial profile to being something that's going to become infectious. And so we're just looking at the genus level here. And again, I'm going to kind of interpret this as relative to that red bar because that's our negative control. Those pigs stayed negative throughout this entire study. And because there's not a lot of data out there about what a nasal microbial profile should look like for a weaned pig, I'm going to use them as pretty much our standard, right? And so when we look at Streptococcus, you can see with that dark blue bar, that's our positive control, that they're starting to spike. That Streptococcus that we gave them is becoming out of control, right? Along with potentially some of those other species that exist naturally in the respiratory tract. And that's part of what we're trying to tamp down on and getting down to the species level. And all I really want to see is that the Endura pig group is more like that red bar than it is like that blue bar, right? And when we look at day 21 in particular of that Streptococcus group, we absolutely see that. Same thing with Mycoplasma. You can see in that dark blue bar that it's trying really hard to become an opportunistic pathogen. It is spiking up outside of its lane. We certainly see a little bit of that with the Endura pig group as well, which again, somewhat to be expected, right? But not nearly as severe, such that they, again, are more similar to that red bar than they are to that dark blue bar, which is what I'd like to see. What this gets at is that the immune system is not so distracted by the challenges that we gave these animals that it doesn't have the opportunity to police the neighborhoods that it needs to police, right? With the nasal microbial profile being one of those neighborhoods. And so the immune system is not only better able to handle the challenge that we gave them, as shown by the data that I just showed you, right? But it's also able to kind of keep an eye on some of these more opportunistic pathogens that might try to sneak in the back door. And so again, just a couple of other instances of this, Pasteurella being another one that has some opportunistic pathogenic species within that genus, and certainly some wide variation here, right? And so certainly something that we expected to see. This is one of those things that we're learning as we go through because there's not a lot of data out there, right? And so one of the things there was, again, a reduction in that Pasteurella. We're trying to get down to that species level again to see whether or not that's a good thing, because notice that red bar also comes out, right? And then when we jump over to Staphylococcus, this one's really kind of overt, right? You can tell the red bar is almost not visible, which means that in a quote unquote normal nasal microbial profile, we don't expect a lot of Staphylococcus there. But if you look at that dark blue bar, man, it's trying to veer outside of its lane, right? And so certainly wanted to see the ability of the Endura pig group to tamp down on that. And that's absolutely what we saw here, because that is a 99% reduction in the prevalence there. Much more like those negative pigs than they are like that positive control. And so when we go ahead and look at growth performance throughout this study, it's a clinical study, right? And so I have a tendency with a shorter study like this, with fewer replicates, something that we're really trying to get at a mode of action instead of performance. I interpret it similar to the way that I just interpreted those nasal microbial profiles, right? I really just want to make sure we're moving in the right direction. And so when you look at all of these performance outcomes, average daily gain, average daily feed intake, and then feed conversion, you see that that's absolutely the case. The other thing that I like to point out here is we are intermediary between our positive control and our negative control, right? I wish that I could stand here and say, oh, look, there's an additive that is going to help these pigs perform as normal when under challenged conditions. Not the case, right? We're all about mitigating loss here. And so what we see is an improvement in that average daily gain, that average daily feed intake, which then places these pigs that were on Endura pig to being intermediary between our negative control and our positive control. They're not going to quite perform the same way that a healthy flow would, but they're certainly going to perform better than a non-supplemented herd would. And so what that means, essentially, again, it goes back to that reduction in severity of illness, the immune system being better prepared to do its job, and able to help these pigs support their performance as they overcome this health challenge. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan, for that great presentation. We do have a question from the audience, and just a reminder for our audience, if you do have any questions, please jump into the YouTube chat and drop it there, and we'll be happy to ask our speaker. So Dr. Bryan, the first question here that we have is, can we use Endura pig for anything beyond a health challenge? So does Endura pig have any other nutritional function?
That's a great question. So Endura pig was not designed to do anything beyond immune support. And so the components that are in this particular additive really were intended to target the immune system itself. And so certainly something that's going to be helpful under a health challenge, not something that I see a lot of use for if you've got a high health flow that don't need that extra immune support. And so we have fed it in some negative pigs just to see what happened, see if we were missing anything. Didn't see a whole lot of improvement there. But that, again, that's not what it was designed to do, right? We knew we were targeting the immune system there.
Right. So the second question we have is, how many animals did we have in the study? So I had a note that you had 3 to 6 reps. So I assume the 3 reps was probably the control, the negative control.
Yep.
Okay. So then how many animals were in each treatment? And then I'm even curious, how many did you euthanize at each time point? I think I missed that as well.
So within each, I should have explained this, so excuse me for that. Within each one of these reps, each rep was a 4-animal pen. And so you're absolutely right. 6 reps for our positive control and our Endura pig group, and then 3 reps for our negative control as well. What was your second question?
Oh, so after how many pigs, how many were you euthanizing in each period? So on day 10 and at day 21.
So we cut each rep in half. So we sacrificed 2 at random out of each pen.
Okay, perfect. The next question that we have from our audience is, what kind of feed additive is Endura pig, and what's the potential mode of action that you're proposing to ameliorate that challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So there's a lot of different components within Endura pig. We've got medium chain fatty acids, a proprietary blend in there. So not something that you would see in any other product that's on the market. There's a probiotic included in there as well, just to try to help with some of the gastrointestinal microbiome challenges that we know accompany a lot of these respiratory challenges. And really what's exciting about this particular blend of MCFAs, we've really done our homework as to what they're impacting in the immune system. And this gets back to that first question that was asked from the audience, which is that we're picking MCFAs knowing that they have a lot of different functions, and knowing that they can impact a lot of different tissues within the body. We've done our homework as to which MCFAs are going to interact best with the immune system itself. And so in this particular blend, we're really targeting macrophages of the innate immune system. And we're really helping to push those macrophages towards more of a Th1 response. And so what that means essentially is a more pro-inflammatory response. And that's part of how we're getting around that immunosuppressive nature of PRRS. And so helping those macrophages realize that there's a problem, call for backup sooner, and essentially get around this sort of dip that occurs before the pig really realizes that it's infected. And at that point, the infection's gone rampant, right? It is all over the place. And that's what's been most challenging with PRRS. And so that's the mode of action as kind of a 5,000-foot view.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. I think one of the questions that we sometimes get asked when we talk about having the immune system already up and ready, if you will, before an infection is, if I weren't to have an infection on this and I was just feeding Endura pig, would I see any potential negative impacts on average daily gain or feed efficiency?
Yep, and that's a great question. And that's absolutely what we were worried about when we ran Endura pig in those negative trials, right? Mm-hmm. Knowing that we're pushing towards that more inflammatory response, obviously it's going to take a little bit of energy. We wanted to make sure we weren't causing systemic inflammation or things like that. And that has not been the case. And so every iteration that we've done of feeding this to healthy pigs, even in a couple of instances, we were anticipating those pigs getting sick and they never did. They have performed just fine, comparable to a high health flow that we run as our negative control in each one of these studies, non-supplemented, no differences in average daily gain, no differences in feed intake, no differences in ending weight out of the nursery. And so I don't anticipate that if you wanted to feed this to a high health flow for whatever reason, you would certainly not see detriments, but that goes back to my answer earlier. You're not going to necessarily see benefits either. They weren't outperforming our negative control. They were just pretty much the same.
Right. Perfect. Well, I think that's all the questions that we have in our audience chat. And Dr. Erin Bryan, I would like to thank you again for your time. For our listeners, this is Dr. Erin Bryan of Purina Mills. Thank you so much, Erin.
Thank you so much for having me.
Mm-hmm. So next up we have, before we take a break, we have Dr. Steve Kitt from Kerry to talk to us about utilizing dietary multi-enzyme approach to influence performance and profitability in swine production. Welcome, Dr. Kitt.
Sorry, I was on mute. Hi, Dr. Greiner. How are you today? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you today?
Good, Steve. So I think we're ready for your presentation. You can go ahead and share your screen and get started.
Very good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I was asked to speak about enzymes which our group has been involved in, oftentimes the experimental design, monitoring these studies, and gathering the results, and then oftentimes implementation in the field. And so I thought I'd first start my talk a little bit. Struggling to advance. Okay, apologize for that, but I thought I'd first start with an outline. So I wanted to, unfortunately, probably pour a little bit of salt in the wound for all of us that deal regularly on input costs. Right now, we are, or really the last couple of years, have really struggled with feed input costs, feed ingredient costs, and I'll kind of define the economical problem associated with that. Would also like to speak to maybe the biological question or problem, and which is figuring out how we can attack some of the high fibrous materials and ingredients we're feeding today. And then obviously anytime enzymes are developed, in the lab and then through fermentation, ultimately we need to make sure we validate those responses in pigs and to make sure those enzymes from a formulation standpoint are matching the substrate. And then we'll talk through those validation studies, and then talk about an experimental enzyme that I'm fairly excited about that appears to be fairly unique in the market that holds some promise. And so, as I mentioned, we'll talk through input prices. And so certainly, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner of this graph, corn price by month over the past 10 years, certainly mid-2020 and end of 2021, corn price climbed really exponentially and really has continued, maybe has leveled off here maybe in the last month or so, but based on these USDA graphs certainly highlights the impact of corn. And corn really probably, certainly in the US, but probably worldwide, kind of sets the market for all other grain feedstuffs. So in the upper right-hand corner, you can see wheat. So in the US, price of wheat certainly mirrors at least the magnitude of the increase compared to corn. USDA, to my knowledge, doesn't publish nice, neat graphs, at least on soybean meal. Obviously, soybean meal is heavily used in at least the US and really worldwide. But you can see the price of soybean increase at the same time point as corn and wheat midds have increased. And USDA, again, doesn't publish, to my knowledge, readily available graphs as it relates to DDGs, but no doubt we all know that in North America, there are a lot of DDGs fed. And this was an example of a graph that I had of a client that monitors the ratio of DDG price to corn. Certainly a lot of volatility over time is one thing that's highlighted, but no doubt it tends to, on average, price in the Midwest somewhere in that on average 115% of corn, certainly plus or minus 20% of that over a period of time. So the point is, certainly our input costs don't seem to be going down, have gone up the last couple of years, which puts more emphasis on figuring out how to improve feed efficiency, or said better yet, how to improve utilization of calories into pig production or into pork. And so as you step back and think of, as a scientist, as a nutritionist, what are kind of the biological modes of action or mechanisms whereby we can try to improve the calories we're putting into these diets to make efficient pork. And so the categories, at least I came up with, maybe I'm missing something, which is possible, but first, certainly our genetic counterparts, geneticists have done a nice job of finding ways to get more out of less. So ways that they found to either usually maintain growth rate and with less feed intake, and have done a nice job of genetic selection that way. Certainly, I want to put gender up there because right, wrong, and different, our country has not had a great deal of adoption of technologies like Improvest that certainly are technologies that could be beneficial to improving return on investment, but gender certainly something we should have on the board as we consider ways to improve feed efficiency or calorie utilization. The other way is we think about kind of post-absorptive efficiency of either energy or protein utilization. And another one that's kind of gone by the wayside due to multiple factors, but certainly trade barriers, et cetera. An example of that is ractopamine. Maybe there'll be other metabolic modifiers that we could utilize in the future. Another area of emphasis that we that certainly can influence feed efficiency or caloric utilization is trying to balance productive energy or protein utilization versus heightened maintenance energy or protein needs. And so examples of that is cold stress and heat stress, as well as anything that involves infections or disease or a toxin load, trying to excrete those toxins. So, but if you set those kind of 4 categories to the side, I think those of us that practice or trained in nutrition really, for the most part, focus in on ways to improve digestibility up until the terminal ileum. And so those ways, you start thinking about ways and categories within sub-bullet points, if you will, below digestion is mechanical processing. Certainly a lot of us focus on reducing grind size of our grains, potentially pelleting if that exists, or one may invest in that. Certainly those things are important to certainly monitor inputs there as well. So as you look at that graph on the side, that natural gas, there are times when natural gas costs are very high right now, apparently fairly low. And so certainly I would think pelleting, there'd be a high return on investment there. The others become chemical. There could be ways to pre-treat ingredients or diets, but I think by and large, most of us focus on things that can improve biochemical digestion, i.e. digestibility, through means in which we can improve it before the terminal ileum, especially as we focus on high fibrous ingredients. And so I think there's been a large focus on ways to utilize high fibrous ingredients, and the feedstuffs we have in North America, particularly in the U.S., are ingredients that we need to focus on. Would be corn, DDGs, and soybean meal. Certainly, I mentioned wheat, and wheat byproducts are utilized to some degree, but obviously corn, DDGs, and soybean meal would be the 3 that are primarily used in the upper Midwest and much of North America and in the United States. If we look at this, I think it's important to bear down on what are either if we want to call them anti-nutritional factors or the fibrous materials. And no doubt arabinoxylan there's been a lot of focus on it in the last 10 years for good reason, because there's a lot of arabinoxylan in corn and DDGs. And so thought I'd go through just a quick couple slides to kind of review that for those of you that maybe want to take a harder look at xylanase if you haven't implemented. But where that really started was I think Dr. Dean Boyd and others really I think had a serendipitous outcome of a couple studies where they observed improvements in mortality. And so I think a fair number of people have observed that response in their operations. Some have not, but this is maybe classically, meaning in the last 8 or 10 years, maybe the emphasis has been on utilizing a xylanase in corn-based and corn and DDG-based diets to improve, for the metric to improve mortality. In this experiment, they did also observe an improvement in carcass feed efficiency. And so in this example, as dose went up, at least to the second dose there, saw an improvement in carcass feed efficiency. However, Amy Petrie and John Patience, in my opinion, a couple of years ago, published a really nice review trying to outline mode of action, full data review, in an understanding of xylanase in pig nutrition of what was published in peer-reviewed articles. And in this case, this, in my mind, is a nice graphic to help us kind of put in perspective the degree of repeatability of xylanase on feed efficiency. And as you can see, certainly in terms of digestibility, a majority of the time, xylanase is giving an improvement in digestibility. However, if we look at gain to feed or feed to gain ratio, obviously being the inverse of gain to feed, very low percentage of the time is there a repeatability in terms of the percent of trials showing an improvement. In fact, 3/4 of the time there was no improvement in feed efficiency. And so it begs the question of what other enzymes should one consider either stacking on top of xylanase or otherwise to try to get at ways to, in that fibrous and that feedstuffs matrix, to continue to cut away at the various anti-nutritional factors or fibrous material. And so an example of that would be in the green arrows there, looking at an enzyme that has the ability to break down the anti-nutritional factors called raffinose and stachyose, which are galactosides, and then also pectins. There's about 7% concentration of pectins in soybean meal and approximately 6% of raffinose stachyose in soybean meal. And so if we're going to have diets with some level, or in some cases high levels of soybean meal, it might be advantageous to take a look at an enzyme that does that. And so I'll present a couple slides associated with an enzyme that contains galactosidases, non-standardized pectinases, but then also an arabinoxylan. And so, but first, maybe taking a step back, and I thought this was a kind of a classic experiment where University of Missouri a few years ago now studied and looked at a cultivar of soybean meal that was near devoid or very low in raffinose and stachyose compared to common or just standard high-pro soybean meal. And in this case, both in a growing pig and in a finishing pig, observed about 4% greater net energy. The calculation ended up being that there was about 4% improved net energy utilization of the soybean meal in the low raffinose stachyose soybean meal compared to the conventional soybean meal. So there are other studies out there that show a kind of a classic response that certainly raffinose and stachyose are anti-nutritional factors, but that's just one example from University of Missouri. Here is a comprehensive kind of data set that most of these studies our group was involved in. A couple of them we were not, but looking at, I think this is 12 studies where we looked at either feed efficiency improvement or the equivalency of feed efficiency improvement. That might, the equivalency being either carcass feed efficiency or energy digestibility in total tract or ileal digestible experiments. And so, as you can see in the blue bars here showing the magnitude of the response in each of these studies, on the x-axis, name or identifier of each of the experiments and kind of where they were conducted. And 9 of the 12 of these experiments showing a positive improvement in feed efficiency or its equivalency. Also drawing around, trying to understand the degree of variability. And so in a calculation looking at the 95% confidence interval, showing about 0.74 to almost 2% range. So 95% of the data would fit within that range based on each of these experiments. And so the average being about 1.4% improvement in feed efficiency by utilizing an enzyme that contains enzyme that breaks down raffinose, stachyose, and arabinoxylans. The same enzyme, we wanted to take, sow research is hard to do, very expensive. Certainly our host knows that. She was responsible for a fair bit of sow research in her past life, but certainly wanted to take a hard look at whether or not this enzyme could have an impact in the lactation period of in sows. And so obviously the substrate being there, typically at least again in the US, we would feed a fair amount of soybean meal in lactating diets. The really only other alternative we would oftentimes see would be DDGs, and most people would try to limit the amount of fiber fed in lactation because certainly the sow is energy deficient, and we want to maintain the energy density as best we can by limiting the amount of fiber coming into the diet. But in this case, it was simply a straight corn soy diet, no supplemental, no DDGs fed in this experiment, and ultimately seeing in this case, nearly a 10% relative to the negative control or 0% fat compared to diets that were fed 1.5% fat and 3% fat, and the yellow bar being a treatment where no supplemental fat was fed, and the enzyme being fed. And so utilizing this in basically a slope ratio assay to be able to indirectly quantify the amount of energy released or the energy equivalency. And in this study, seeing nearly a 10% improvement in lactation feed efficiency measured by the amount of feed consumed by the sow or the sows within that treatment, divided by litter growth rate plus sow body weight loss or gain. And so that allowed us to indirectly assess the impact. And really this was expressed primarily in litter growth rate, that improvement. And so that somewhat addresses the impact of looking at a mixed enzyme that would contain raffinose, stachyose, arabinoxylan, and then side chains or non-standardized pectinases, but also wanted to look at an enzyme that's in experimental mode right now that could attack cellulose. So certainly there's, as we would expect, DDGs bring a lot of fiber, and fiber in the form of cellulose, about 10% estimated by some of the references that I have listed here. Interestingly, though, soybean meal contains about 6% cellulose as well. So as we look at attacking some of these feedstuffs that we want to get more out of and drive feed efficiency to drive cost of production, those are two ingredients that certainly cellulase could have some impact on. And so to take a step back and talk about what this slide means is that there was multiple sources of DDGs within the Midwest that were sourced, and a composite was developed of these sources of DDGs, and through in vitro methodologies, various they were incubated with various enzymes. And so I have listed in the x-axis there xylanase A, a xylanase B, a cellulase, and a cellulase plus xylanase B. Now this is sort of the outcome. There were a lot of iterations to get to this point. On the y-axis, we're expressing the sugar release or the amount of sugar that was solubilized into solution after the enzyme was incubated with this composite of DDGs. And so as you can see, not all xylanases are created equal. And I think that's an important point, that certainly I fall into that trap sometimes, that we categorize in our mind, or we use words that categorize certain things we do on a daily basis. But xylanase A certainly shows that it's releasing a fair amount of glucose, and very little arabinose, very little mannose, very little galactose, and very little xylose. Whereas if you look at xylanase B, you can see more broad spectrum of simple sugars that were released into solution upon being incubated with that enzyme. And then if we look at cellulase enzyme, you can see a fairly broad array of simple sugars being released into solution too, and pretty notably would be glucose in that example. So certainly you'd expect cellulase to, if acting on cellulose, which is what we'd expect, to release glucose molecules. And then most interestingly, when we combined xylanose B with cellulase, we saw a broad array of sugar release, but in addition to that, about a 5-fold magnitude of either of those enzymes singly. And so I think that's a good illustration that when we think about enzymes that can aid in digestion before the fibrous material, we're asking the pig, before the fibrous material gets in the hindgut of the pig, and therefore asking the pig to do fermentation, this is potentially, and in this case up until this point, certainly only in vitro, but an opportunity to degrade those sugars to allow absorption before the terminal ileum. And so after benchtop experimentation, we then turned towards in pig experimentation. And so this was set up a little bit about this study. Basically, there were 16 reps per treatment and 32 pigs per pen, and a fairly highly replicated study in a commercial research finisher in the Midwest. And so, as you can see in the gray bar, we a high corn soy high DDG set of diets were fed from approximately 10 kilos to market. And then the xylanase being fed, in this case was the xylanase B from the previous study, on top of the control. The cellulase enzyme being fed in pink, and then the combination in kind of that blue colored bar. And so as you can see, certainly mimicked in this case in the animal, maybe not the magnitude difference between the blue and the pink bar compared to in vitro experimentation, but certainly mimicked the trend. And so we saw a statistical improvement of the xylanase giving a reduction in feed to gain compared to the control, numerically improved by, statistically different compared to the control by feeding the cellulase alone, and then the combination being the greatest improvement. Similarly, in a separate experiment, conducted digestibility experiments, both looking at T-cannulated pigs, looking at apparent ileal digestibility, and then in the next slide, I'll show you a total track partial results of a total track digestibility experiment. This was recently published at Midwest Animal Science meeting and held in Wisconsin a couple weeks ago. So in this case, looking at this is the combination. The enzyme utilized here was the combination of the cellulase and the xylanase, and so showing an improvement of protein digestibility both in period 1 and period 2, each being a 3-week period, with a highly statistical difference of protein digestibility of about 6 points. And energy digestibility, again, at the terminal ileum, looking at about 10 points about 8 points of improvement in energy digestibility during the first period of this experiment, and then about 4 points of energy digestibility improved on the second period. And then the final slide I have on that same experiment would be a total track digestibility, looking at gross energy digestibility. So the control being 74% digestible of that diet that was 30% DDG, and when we put the xylanase plus the cellulase, there was about a 3-point improvement in digestibility of the gross energy of those diets. And so if you step back and look, I would suggest that there is optimism and a decent, a pretty high repeatability of return and on feeding enzymes of the 3 primary ingredients we have in North America, that being corn, soybean meal, and DDGs. And certainly, I think when we have $300 per ton feed costs, seeing the range of the responses we've seen in many of these experiments were somewhere between 1% and 2%. And so if we see a 1% improvement in $300 per ton feed costs, we could afford to feed something below $3 a ton. And so up to maybe a 2% improvement in feed efficiency, we could potentially feed something up to $6 a ton, depending on each producer's comfort level of an ROI. And so in many cases, an ROI in the utilization of these compounded or multi-complex enzymes, oftentimes I think we can see a 2 to 6 ROI, depending on stage of production and what we might expect to see with our feedstuffs. And so in summary, I would say, no doubt, we are all using more fibrous feedstuffs, and on top of that, our feed costs are high. And so what can we do to focus in on those things that drive digestibility? I think that's really the holy grail, if you will. We have to continue to find ways to improve digestibility. No doubt in my mind, as I interface with enzyme companies, I believe the science of carbohydrases and especially looking at mixed carbohydrases continue to make progress and continue to be more repeatable and finding ways to have a return on investment. Presently, I do believe these enzymes will typically provide a return on investment, but it is important to match the substrate with the enzyme. And I'm excited about the future to continue to find enzymes and other ways to improve digestion and profitability by improving the digestibility of these carbohydrates, especially cellulose. And so with that, I'll yield back my time if I have any.
Thank you, Dr. Kitt. That was a great presentation and certainly some exciting things on the horizon in terms of enzymes. We are kind of running up against some time for our break. And so what we will do for the audience, we'll ask Dr. Kitt one question from the list, and then we will email the rest to him, and he will respond to those, and we'll get those back out to the group. So Steve, the question we want to ask really kind of goes back to based on the data that you have, what's a couple of key performance indicators that you think producers should be using when they're implementing these into their barns? What would be something that they should be measuring?
Yeah, I think certainly as it relates to observations of others, and I've observed them as well, and these are hard. With the degree of variability we have in closeouts, it's very difficult, right? But I think it can be done. If we think about some of these 30 barn on, 30 barn off experiments, maybe balanced by flow, balanced within feed mill, I think even some of these subtle differences, we might be able to pick up the differences. I think it always behooves all of us to look at maybe before the study, the field study, to look at maybe a power test of how many barns do I think I need. But the actual metrics I would look at are livability, culls, as it relates to the metrics we spoke a bit about, especially in the xylanase world. But then I'd also look at feed efficiency and caloric efficiency. And I think it's important to understand the degree of variability you have within your system and your closeouts, so that you don't get a false conclusion one way or the other.
Perfect. Well, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Kitt, for your presentation. Now we're going to have a short break. We're going to have about a 6-minute break. So please take a moment, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, grab a cup of coffee. We'll be back very soon. We will plan to start again at 1:30 Central Standard Time. So before we go, we're going to just remind you who our sponsors are and thank them once again. That would be Alltech, DSM, Elanco, IFF, Carey, Novus, Purina Mills, Essential Ag Solutions, and Sunhigh. See you all in a few minutes. Hello again, and welcome back, everyone. I'm Dr. Laura Greiner, your host for this afternoon's activities. I hope everyone had a good break. I know it was a little bit quick, but hopefully you had a chance to recharge your batteries and get that cup of coffee, because here we go again. We're going to continue our presentations and go on to our next speaker. Just a reminder for everyone, if you do have questions during the conversations or during the presentations, please just drop them right there in the YouTube chat, and we'll try to answer those at the end of the presentations. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Enrique Seaman from Alltech. Today, he will talk to us about challenging the status quo, a new spin on feeding nursery pigs.
Thank you, Dr. Greiner, for the introduction, and thanks for having me today. And today, like Dr. Greiner mentioned, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about, a different way of feeding nursery pigs that we as a company have been working on for the last few years here. So I thought I would start with a couple of slides, for those who are maybe not familiar with Hubbard Feeds and our research capabilities. The company it's actually been around for a while. As you can see, it was established back in 1878, so almost 150 years ago. And of course, it changed a lot since then, right? With a big change in 1997 when it was acquired by Ridley. And then through the years, of course, the company absorbed several other companies as well. And the latest change in our company structure occurred back in 2015. When Hubbard was acquired by Alltech. And today, the Alltech feed division is comprised of these three different operations, right? We have the feed operations, which is where the swine team works. And we also have a block division for ruminants and a feed ingredient division within our company. Now, for the sake of this presentation, I thought it was also important for you guys to understand where we do all of our research. And we have 3 research facilities within Hubbard Feeds. The first one and the oldest one is located in Buffalo Center, Iowa. It was built in 1999. And for today's standards, is a relatively small facility, but it's a really well-maintained and well-run facility. It's a 1,000-head nursery barn, where we have 40 pens, so 25 pigs per pen. And today we use it as sort of a pilot barn. So we try to keep it, 3 to 4 treatments to really have a good amount of replicates and run smaller studies in that facility. Our second research facility is located in Sleepy Eye, Minnesota. We call it LRC1. And this one was built in 2017. And it's a significantly larger facility than the one in Buffalo Center. It's a 2,500 head win to finish facility that we double stock in the nursery, meaning we have 5,000 pigs in the nursery stage there. It has 2 rooms with a total of 96 pens. It's a filter barn and has a big Dutchman feeding system and a total of 12 feed bins in that facility. And our newest facility that we recently inaugurated back in 2020 is also located in Sleepy Eye, so pretty close to that first one, LRC1. It's named LRC2, and this is a nursery only. It's our largest facility with a total of 5,400 head. 2 rooms as well, similar to LRC1, but a larger facility with a total of 156 pens. Also a filter barn and also with a big Dutchman feeding system. So we're blessed with fairly large research capabilities. So in total, each year we run about 20 to 25 trials. Of course, because of the way we have our barn set up, majority of those trials are in nursery. About 80% of the trials are during the nursery stage. Each year we put about 45,000 pigs on test. And one of our main goals is to disseminate our findings there. So each year we present 6 to 10 different abstracts, presentations in the most relevant nutrition conferences. So moving on to the topic of my presentation, we all know that nursery pigs are traditionally fed multiple diets, right? From weaning until they're about 11 kilograms or 25 pounds body weight. A 2-phase feeding program is very, very common during that stage, and we were no different up to this point. So when we built that second research farm that I mentioned before, LRC1, the win to finish facility, is when we started thinking about this a little bit differently. If you recall, in that barn, we have around 5,000 pigs in the nursery per term. And because of that, it took a long time to fill that barn, to get the 5,000 pigs there. We received pigs in groups of 500 or so. So it took 10 events, right? 10 fills to fill that barn, sometimes more than 2 weeks to get all those pigs there. Because it's a research barn and we have a lot of beans, like I mentioned before, that really wasn't much of an issue for us. But we started thinking, what if we only had 2 bins or 3 bins? How would we feed these pigs? How can we make sure that the budgets that we had carefully planned, the diets that we had carefully formulated, were actually being fed to the right pig at the right time? And we quickly realized that with that number of fills, with that multiple wean days and that large of a barn, it would be almost impossible to make sure that the pigs were receiving what they were actually supposed to be receiving. And that's when we started working on a new way of feeding that wean pig, moving away from multiple phases in favor of a simpler and more manageable feeding program. So we had 2 objectives here initially. The first one was, of course, to develop a single phase feeding program from weaning until 11 kilograms of body weight or 25 pounds. And I'm not gonna, because of the time constraints, I won't have time to go into much detail on objective number 1, but it involved, going back to the drawing board and starting from the basics. What's the lysine level for these pigs? What's the soybean meal, ideal soybean meal level? What's the lactose level, and all the other amino acids, phosphorus, et cetera, et cetera. And then the objective number 2, once we had all those individual components established, was to compare then the single phase program that we developed and put together with our traditional 2-phase nursery program. And this is objective number 2, is what I'm going to spend the next few slides discussing with you. So in total here, we had 5 trials comparing the single phase that we had just developed against the 2-phase, the traditional 2-phase feeding program. We used more than 5,000 pigs in these 5 trials. They were initially 6 kilograms of body weight, and we saw no evidence for trial by treatment interaction. So we combined all those 5 trials into one presentation here. And of course, all these trials were conducted in those research facilities that I previously described here. Our treatments were pretty simple. We had 2 treatments: the single phase feeding program with a 6.8 kilogram feed budget or 15 pounds, and the 2-phase, the traditional 2-phase feeding program with a 1.4 kilo of a phase 1 diet and a 5.4 kilo of phase 2 diet for the budgets, or 3 and 12 pounds respectively. We fed those experimental diets, those initial 15-pound budgets, for the first 22 days. And then after the 22 days, all those pigs were fed the exact same corn, soybean meal diet from day 22 until the end of the nursery, roughly on day 45. So moving on to the results, what we saw, and the results that you're seeing now are the results from day 0 to 22 while the experimental diets were being fed. And what we saw here was between the 2-phase and the single phase, there was no evidence for differences on average daily gain, only a numerical difference there. And we did see a tendency for a heavier body weight on day 22 in favor of those pigs fed the single phase feeding program, although the differences were relatively small. Because of the number of replicates that we had, over 60 replicates, we're able to capture sometimes these small differences, but I will call these 2 very comparable in terms of their performance. And if you look at average daily feed intake, here we did capture a significantly higher feed intake for the pigs that were fed the single phase compared to the traditional 2-phase feeding program, with no evidence for differences on feed efficiency. So if you recall, our objective here was not necessarily to be improved performance with the single phase, not to be a cheaper alternative to a traditional 2-phase, but to be a more practical approach, a more manageable approach to feeding nursery pigs. So based on these initial results, we were pretty happy. We felt like we achieved those goals. Now, what we thought was interesting is what happened when we switched those pigs right from their experimental diets to a common lay nursery diet that you're going to see in the next slide here, from day 22 to 45. Again, this is when all pigs received exactly the same diet. And what we saw pretty consistently across those 5 trials is that those pigs that were previously fed the single phase feeding program actually had a tendency here pretty close to a significant improvement in average daily gain compared to those fed the standard 2-phase feeding program, about a 20-gram advantage here. And that resulted in a tendency for about a 400-gram heavier pig, or almost a pound heavier, at the end of the nursery on day 45. So we're scratching our heads, and we still are maybe trying to determine why these pigs responded this way in their late nursery stage. And our hypothesis, we haven't tested this, or I don't know if there's a way to test it, but perhaps having one less transition, one less stressor, one less diet change during that stressful weaning period, when the pigs are exposed to multiple different stressors, could be benefiting these pigs in the long run here, but just a hypothesis at this point. And when we look at average daily feed intake and feed efficiency for that late nursery, day 22 to 45, we see no evidence for statistical differences in those variables. Finally, what I have here now is the results for the overall nursery. So from day 0 to 45. And what we saw here was a significantly higher average daily gain for the pigs that were fed the single phase, again, from day 0 to 22. And of course, the majority of this response was driven by the late nursery performance that I just presented. And in the overall nursery performance, we see similar average daily feed intake, as well as similar feed efficiency, very similar to what we saw in the periods day 0 to 22 and 22 to 45. So no surprises there. So to summarize our findings here, we saw that those pigs that were fed, a single phase feeding program had similar performance, while those budgets, those experimental diets were being fed from day 0 to 22. But we saw an improvement in average daily gain in the late nursery period. And overall, when we look at the overall nursery performance, pigs that were fed the single phase diet had an improvement in average daily gain and a tendency for heavier final body weight at the end of the nursery. So based on our findings from these 5 trials, we can conclude that a single phase feeding program can be a potential replacement for that traditional 2-phase nursery program, while still maintaining excellent growth performance and economic parameters as well. So how do we use this information? How do we take this to the field, and how does it help our customers? How this approach help our customers is that, number one, and this was always our first goal, is something that is easier to manage at the barn. In a real life scenario where you had multiple wean events, very large barns, it is much easier to manage when you have a simpler diet or a simpler budget. So there's less formulas, less feed form changes, less room for errors during budgeting, and making sure every pig receives exactly what it's supposed to be receiving. And with that, the producer, the person at the barn, can spend less time managing feed and more time managing pigs, which is really important at its critical stage, that is the weaning process. So on the feed mill side, I think this is the perhaps the people that see the most advantage with this are the guys at the feed mill. There's less feed truck trips, of course. There's simpler deliveries, and with that, there's of course an improvement in biosecurity. You know that trucks are a very big risk nowadays for the transmission of diseases. And at the feed mill, you know, you have, instead of having multiple formulas taking multiple beans, you have one base, one formula, one bean, and that of course reduces the number of switchovers and improves feed mill efficiency. So like I mentioned in probably my first couple of slides there, one of our main goals as a company is to disseminate this information. So all these 5 trials are published and available. So if you need more information, just look it up. It's pretty easy to find. This was published back in 2020 at the Midwest Animal Science meetings. This is where we presented this. And of course, I didn't do all this work by myself. I actually did a relatively small part. So I just wanted to acknowledge my team here. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to send me an email. My email is here on the screen. But Laura and the team, thank you very much for having me. And if there's any questions, I would be happy to entertain them.
Thank you, Enrique, for that great presentation. We do have a couple of questions, actually. The first question really focuses on how do you see this feeding approach evolving in the future?
Yep, that's a great question. So a couple of things here. One of the things that we always try to do is compare ourselves against the best in the industry. So we're constantly doing sort of benchmark trials where we compare our program versus what we think it's best out there, and trying to see where we can fine tune it a little bit. And of course, there's always room for, the other speakers mentioned new ingredients, new technologies, new additives that can be implemented, and that would make sense in this type of approach. And one of the things we've been working on a lot recently is how can we influence pig health through nutrition. So we devoted a lot of time more specifically looking at fibers and lysine or crude protein levels. So we're developing a product that utilizes the same concept of being one phase for the wean pig, but implementing those technologies to this product as well, again, to help the health challenge pigs specifically. So I think that's the direction we're going with this product or with this approach. Yep.
Very good. How about, can you comment a little bit on how different the cost would be from a feed mill standpoint if we reduce one phase out of the nursery program, essentially?
Right. So when we were developing this product, we were very intentional in terms of maintaining pretty much exactly the same feed costs. Our objective was never to be cheaper, but it was to be exactly the same cost as our standard feeding program. So in terms of, pig performance, you saw the responses, but in terms of feed cost or feed cost per pound of gain, the two phase and the single phase would be extremely similar. So our focus, of course, is on the logistical benefits. And if you ask me what's the cost advantage of having an extra bean at the feed mill, I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number, but I can tell you for sure that the guys at the mill would love you if you could do that. I know from personal experience.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. So one of the other questions is, what's the feed cost difference at the end of the first 22-day period, if we look at those two different types of programs?
What's the feed cost difference?
Yes.
Yep. So the feed cost difference, like I mentioned, is, they are cost neutral. And that was the intention from the beginning, was our single phase to be exactly the same cost as our two-phase feeding program. So cost neutral is the answer.
Mm-hmm. Very good. There is a question, and I have one too, but I'll do this one first. There's a question on how much zinc oxide was in the treatments that you did.
Yep, good question. So to keep things equal and to avoid any confounder, we have 3,000 ppm zinc oxide in the single phase and 2,000 ppm zinc oxide in the two phase in both diets. So they all had 3,000 ppm all the way through day 22 in these trials.
Mm-hmm. So I have a little bit of a question that tags along with that, and that's really about whether it's the one phase or the two phase, and then you go to your three phase. So I assume your one or your two phase is going to have animal proteins in it, potentially lactose. That's something we didn't talk about. But when you switch off of those programs versus your common diet, that's going to be corn and soy based. And so I'm curious to know maybe what are some differences between the one and two phase diets relative to each other, so that when you do switch to the control, maybe that may explain some of the differences you saw there as you went to that third phase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point, Laura. So all these diets would not contain any animal byproducts. So they don't have plasma. They do have lactose, of course. I don't know if you would consider that an animal byproduct, but that's pretty much the only thing that they have that would be considered an animal byproduct. And that was, intentionally done this way.
Mm-hmm.
So we can, there's multiple reasons for that, but that's the way we developed this program to be animal byproduct free.
Mm-hmm. And so your single phase would have how much lactose in it relative to your double or your two-step phase?
Yeah, so there is a difference there, of course. Our single phase or two phase, of course, would start with a high lactose level and would decrease that in the two phase, and then our single phase is sort of an in between, right? So we had to compromise to get to the. I wouldn't call it a compromise, because our research would show that the level that we have in the single phase is actually exactly how much they need in terms of optimal growth performance. But it is an in-between level between the single phase and the two phase stages there. Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Just a reminder, if there are any additional questions for Enrique, please drop them into the chat. At this time, I'm not seeing any additional comments or questions, Enrique, and I do want to thank you again for your time. For our audience, again, this is Dr. Enrique Saman with Alltech. Thank you so much, Enrique.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm. Our next speaker today is Dr. John Bergstrom from DSM, who will discuss vitamin nutrition for modern, highly prolific sows and their piglets. Welcome, John. We're glad to have you.
Yes, thank you, and welcome everyone. And it's certainly, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to share with you briefly some information on the importance of vitamin nutrition for sows and their piglets. So historically, vitamins have been the least researched nutrients or components in swine nutrition, largely because they make up such a small portion of the diets and they're difficult to study. However, there's been significantly more research on vitamins in the last 10 years, and the interest in vitamin nutrition remains high for a number of reasons. The swine industry continues to make remarkable progress in improving the efficiency and sustainability of producing healthy and nutritious pork, but producers are continually challenging themselves to become better. The reduced reliance on feed-grade antibiotics and an increasing interest in improving nutrition to support healthy animals and sustainable pork production is continuing. Sometimes you hear the term nowadays, precision nutrition, and this is something that frequently enters discussions, but it's a concept made more challenging by the continuous genetic progress and keeping up with associated changes in the nutritional requirements to optimize health, welfare, and productivity. So, for example, while growth rates, feed efficiency, and litter size have all improved, producers are concerned that mortality and culling rates are increasing. These trends can be seen when we consider this data summarizing 5 years of performance for sows in the U.S. from 2016 to 2021, where the number of pigs born and weaned per litter, as well as the number of pigs weaned per sow per year, has been continuing to increase linearly. However, the pre-weaning piglet and especially sow mortality rates have also been increasing. There are a number of studies to support the data shown here. So it's fairly well understood that the average piglet birth weight does decrease when the average litter size increases. Coincidentally, there are more pigs being born then that are weighing less than 1 kilo at birth when there are larger litter sizes. And so as many as 20% or more of pigs born could be lighter than 1 kilo. And the likelihood of these pigs surviving until weaning is significantly reduced, with mortality rates 4 to 5 times higher than that of pigs born heavier than 1 kilo. Nutritional strategies that could increase the average birth weight of pigs born in larger litters have had limited success. However, recently at the Midwest Animal Science, Dr. Mark Knauer at NC State presented some data showing that late gestational supplementation with vitamin C did increase average birth weight by 90 grams or more. But that research needs to be carried out again and make sure that that sort of response can be repeatable. Another challenge that's a reality with our larger litter sizes is that although total milk production through lactation may be increased because of increased suckling intensity, colostrum production does not increase with litter size. And so the availability of colostrum per piglet is decreased. And as you know, that colostrum is essential for providing some growth factors as well as important immunoglobulins, and as well as nutrients like vitamin A and E, for instance, to the piglets. With an increasing concern for the sow culling and mortality, there's been a lot of efforts to try to characterize the reasons for deaths and removals. And some of those efforts have identified that feet, leg structure, or in other terms, term lameness, is a leading cause for euthanasia due to welfare concerns in sows, with prolapses being found to be another leading cause for sows being euthanized. For sow mortalities, the primary causes are often sudden and unknown, but primary reasons for culling are disease or poor general health, reproductive health or performance, and again, lameness. Naturally, the most stressful time for sows in the breeding herd occurs around the time of parturition, and this is when many sow mortalities occur. In the period around farrowing, there's typically increased oxidative stress and catabolism, which is also made worse during times when there's heat stress. As shown here, plasma levels of vitamin E in sows can become reduced around parturition, and that can continue through lactation. And vitamin E is one of the essential nutrients utilized to protect cells from reactive oxygen species and to support immune health. And similar responses in plasma levels of other nutrients or vitamins such as vitamin D and retinol can also be found in the literature and known to occur. And it's also important to consider that sows are also passing on a considerable amount of vitamin E and retinol, for instance, to their piglets through the colostrum and milk. And so now let's review some of the recent research demonstrating some of the benefits from supplementing vitamins at levels higher than the minimum estimated requirements suggested by the 2012 NRC for swine. And here's a study that was published recently in the Journal of Swine Health and Production by Hinson and others. And the title of their paper was Reduced Vitamin Supplementation with Fat-Soluble Vitamins A, D, and E added at NRC requirements may not be adequate for optimal sow and progeny performance. And in their study, they fed approximately a little over 100 sows to each of 2 vitamin levels, either what they called reduced, which represented NRC levels of the vitamins, or industry, which represented industry type levels of the fat soluble vitamins, and as well as the B vitamins being at industry averages. They also looked at the progeny from each of those sow groups and split them into 2. So in a 2x2 factorial, they also evaluated reduced vitamin supplementation levels at NRC for the nursery period versus feeding industry type levels of the vitamins to the progeny during the nursery period as well. Here we can see the differences in the levels of the vitamin supplementation in their reduced and industry dietary treatments for both the sow period diets and the nursery diets that were used in the study. Note that the industry levels were very similar to levels reported in recent surveys, such as those from FASN and others at Kansas State, while the levels of the fat-soluble vitamins in the reduced vitamin treatment were very similar to the NRC requirement estimates. It's also worth noting on the right side, looking at the nursery diets, that there are greater differences in the supplementation levels in the nursery portion of the study between the industry and NRC, particularly when you look at things like vitamin D and vitamin E. For the results and conclusions, they did not, so reduced vitamin supplementation for the sows did not affect sow body weight or litter performance during lactation. But I think we should remember that these results were for a single reproductive cycle using 3 groups of sows, with the treatments beginning only 39 days pre-farrow for the first group and up to 81 days pre-farrow for the last group. And there were also no sow treatment by nursery treatment interactions in the study. And so we can focus on the main effects, where there was a strong tendency for pigs weaned from sows receiving the higher level of vitamin supplementation to have improved growth performance and a heavier body weight at the end of 40 days post-weaning. Also, regardless of the vitamin levels fed to the sow, the progeny fed the reduced vitamin levels post-wean had decreased average daily gain, average daily feed intake, and gain to feed ratio, as well as the lighter ending body weight at the end of the 40 days post-weaning when compared to those pigs that were fed the industry levels of the vitamins. And so using the productivity outcomes and some economics from around the time that paper was published, some ROI calculations were made, and an ROI of about 6 to 1 could be calculated for the progeny performance in the nursery from feeding the higher levels of vitamin supplementation to the sows. And as you might imagine, then the ROI for feeding the higher levels of vitamins in the nursery was even greater than that, based on the larger difference in nursery performance from the nursery, different nursery treatments. Some other recent research from the College of Veterinary Medicine at The Ohio State University is focused on elucidating the potential for benefits of feeding higher levels of vitamin A to pregnant gilts beginning in the last trimester of gestation, specifically when some of the gilts were infected with porcine epidemic diarrhea virus prepartum, and then they infected all the progeny postpartum in this study. And so just to consider their experimental design a little bit, first parity, pregnant gilts that were PED seronegative were assigned to one of 4 treatment groups. One was a mock infected group. Second treatment was mock infected with increased oral daily supplementation of vitamin A. Then they had group gilts assigned to be infected with PED at 3 weeks prepartum. And then the fourth group would have been infected with PED 3 weeks prepartum, and then given the added oral daily supplementation of vitamin A. The vitamin A supplemented gilts began receiving an additional 30,000 international units per day of retinol acetate beginning at day 76 of gestation, and that continued throughout the rest of the trial through lactation. The basal diet was formulated to contain all vitamins, including vitamin A, at the NRC levels. This level of added supplementation essentially resulted in an equivalent of about 16,000 international units of vitamin A per kilogram of diet, which is about 1.5 times the average industry level and 4 times the NRC. The PED infected gilts were infected on around day 96 of gestation. The mock gilts, of course, were not infected. And then at 3 to 5 days of age, all the piglets from all the sows were challenged with PED. And so for the experimental results that these authors reported, the litters from mothers previously challenged with PED showed significantly higher survival rates than litters that became infected postpartum that were born to the mock mothers because they had no immunity passed on to their piglets. Within the litters coming from the PED challenged mothers, piglets coming from the mothers supplemented with additional vitamin A had a higher survival rate, shown here to be 74% compared to the PED challenge mothers. Their progeny without added vitamin A supplementation only had survival rate of around 56%. Additionally, on the right, you can see that surviving piglets from the PED challenge mothers that received additional vitamin A had the greatest weight gain post-challenge, followed by piglets from the challenged mothers that did not receive any additional vitamin A. And at the other extreme, the piglets from mothers not challenged and the piglets were infected showed the lowest weight gain, but there was some numeric advantage for those piglets born to mothers that had received the higher vitamin A. Therefore, in addition to measured benefits indicated in the title of the paper, there was definitely some indications for influence on survivability of the piglets. In other research, this time focused on different levels of vitamin E supplementation beginning at gestation day 107 and continuing through lactation. When compared to feeding 44 milligrams of vitamin E per kilo a diet, supplementation of the maternal diet with 250 milligrams vitamin E improved the concentrations of vitamin E in the sow milk and plasma, as well as the piglet plasma levels at weaning, shown here. And also the levels of plasma IgG, IgA, total antioxidant capacity, and catalase were also greater at weaning for pigs from sows fed the higher levels of vitamin E. And average daily gain in weaning weight of the piglets from sows fed the higher vitamin E was also improved. In other research that was completed very recently at the University of Arkansas and presented at the Midwest Animal Science meetings, the post-weaning performance of progeny from sows fed either an industry level of vitamin D3 only or a combination of 500 international units of vitamin D3 and 2,000 international units equivalent of vitamin D from 25-hydroxy D3 per kilogram of diet was compared. Shown here during the grower and finisher phases, average daily gain was increased for pigs weaned from sows fed the vitamin D combination that included 25-hydroxy D3. And this resulted in a 3 kilogram or 7 pound heavier average body weight when the pigs were marketed at 168 days post-weaning, with similar differences in the average carcass weight as well. And so this research was very interesting, but I think it's just one example of more research that's coming out in other areas of nutrition, demonstrating that there's an impact of maternal nutrition on progeny performance. And so most frequently when there are conversations among producers, veterinarians, and nutritionists about vitamin D for pigs, the focus is usually on lameness. And although vitamin D is essential and commonly known for its role in calcium and phosphorus homeostasis and bone development, lameness concerns in fast-growing pigs or mature breeding animals can be associated with osteochondrosis. And so in this slide, I'm showing varying degrees of severity for OCD lesions found in the distal femoral condyle of pigs at 110 kilos, ranging from mild here to very severe, shown down here in the lower right. And so there was actually some research done to look at how vitamin D might be impactful for osteochondrosis. And so in the research shown here with growing and finishing pigs, pigs were fed relatively high industry levels of vitamin D3, beginning with 1,800 international units in the beginning and finishing at 1,500 IUs per kilo a diet. But then half of the pigs received an additional 2,000 international units of 25-hydroxy D3 for the duration of the trial. And although there were not any differences in growth or bone mineral density reported at the end of the study, when they looked at the pigs slaughtered at 110 kilos, those pigs supplemented with 25-hydroxy D3 had significantly reduced incidence of macroscopic and microscopic lesions of osteochondrosis in both the humerus and the femur when compared to only feeding a high industry level of vitamin D3. And so these results indicate that 25-hydroxy D3 supplementation may reduce the severity of OCD by inhibiting its progression or by regenerating destroyed cartilage tissue. And so other research has evaluated feeding similar levels of vitamin D as what I just shared, but in reproducing sows. And as we think about things, serum or plasma level of 25-hydroxy D3 is frequently used to assess the status of pigs. This research was sows feeding an equivalent level of 1,000 or international units or 25 micrograms of 25-hydroxy D3 in combination with 500 international units of D3 to be equivalent in total D as the control here, 1,500 international units, all from D3. You could see that the serum status of the sows receiving 25-hydroxy D3 was significantly greater than that of the controls. Also, simply feeding the equivalent of the 2,000 international units of 25-hydroxy D3, simply feeding it in addition to the 1,500 international units of D3, like was shown in the previous study with the growing pigs, there's a significant further increase in the vitamin D status as indicated by 25-hydroxy D3 levels in the serum. As we know, the 25-hydroxy D3 levels of piglets raised indoors are frequently found to be low at weaning, but there's been relatively little research in pigs to evaluate some of the other vitamin D metabolites that could be important. And in this research, we also measured the levels of the 24-25 dihydroxy D3 metabolite. And you could see that the circulating levels of that metabolite increased when 25-hydroxy D3 increased and was the form of vitamin D supplemented to the sows. And so quickly, as I'm beginning to wrap up, I'd just like to provide a basic overview of the vitamin D metabolism. And vitamin D is normally obtained through exposure to the sunlight or through vitamin D provision in the diet, However, it must undergo hydroxylation in the liver to become 25-hydroxy-D3. And the ability to provide pure 25-hydroxy-D3 into the system is a more efficient way to provide this important metabolite for the physiological use or storage in the pig. Now, while much of the focus on vitamin D metabolism has been directed on the conversion of 25-hydroxy-D3 to the active 1,25-dihydroxy-D3, which is the primary metabolite for maintaining calcium and phosphorus and other important physiological functions. But there's more and more studies showing a strong correlation between the 24-25-dihydroxy-D3 and the 25-hydroxy-D3 concentrations in serum. And the 24-25-dihydroxy-D3 is a primary metabolite of 25-hydroxy-D3, and it's actually the major dihydroxy vitamin D3 metabolite found in serum. And this is implied by the research titles I'm showing here. There's a growing body of evidence indicating that this particular metabolite plays an essential role in growth plate development, bone fracture repair, including the repair or mitigation of damage or injury to articular cartilage. And so just to quickly wrap up, in conclusion, vitamins are essential nutrients that play an important role in sustaining reproduction, growth, development, and health in pigs. And with the continuous improvements in swine genetics and our expectations to be more efficient and sustainable in pork production, optimum levels of vitamin supplementation are an important part of improving the nutrition for modern pigs. And so with that, I'd be happy to wrap up and take any questions.
John, thank you for that great presentation. I was actually Googling a few of those references as you were talking just to get a little bit more information. So very informative, and we definitely appreciate the talk. We do have a couple of questions from the audience. And so the first question I will ask you is, what could be the effects of an anti-inflammatory along with increasing vitamin levels? Do you see any benefit to using an anti-inflammatory and having it fed in the diet on a continual basis?
That's a good question. Maybe not a great one for someone who's just a nutritionist, but by training. So I'm doing this one solo, and my colleague Sarah's not here to help me out on the veterinary side, but I have seen evidence from Dr. Plusky's lab, and I don't know that it's continuous feeding of an anti-inflammatory, but some work with feeding aspirin and vitamin E in nursery pigs under an E. coli challenge. And I think there could be some synergy or maybe even some additivity under certain conditions. Certainly an anti-inflammatory is not going to replace a vitamin, but there could be some additivity there when considering good vitamin levels in terms of optimizing immune function, and then also having the anti-inflammatory to help with that immune response as well.
Mm-hmm. Very good. The other question we have here today is, when would you start that more sophisticated vitamin program when we're talking about gilt development?
Yeah, so part of the work at Arkansas, we started looking at gilt development in a factorial with trying to slow them down with reduced energy. And there was some interesting learnings from that. But I think looking at some of the work from NC State and Dr. Flowers and others' lab, I think the gilt development starts in utero. And, so feeding, our genetic sows, multipliers, getting, it really starts there. And some of the vitamin, the grow finish work here was on market pigs, and we saw the benefit to the progeny of feeding high D in terms of their weight. But that comes from looking at earlier work that looked at fetal muscle fiber development. So certainly feeding the the gilt development starts in utero. And so we need to learn more about how to feed better all the way back, to those sows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. I can't agree more. John, we do have one more question we're going to try to sneak in before our next speaker.
Okay.
Well, actually, we don't. Sorry, I apologize. I need to keep us on target.
Okay.
But we do have some additional ones that have been asked of John. So, John, we will email those to you, and we'll have you respond, and we'll share those with the group.
All right.
So thank you so much again for our listeners. This is Dr. John Bergstrom with DSM. Thank you so much, John.
Yep. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Before we take another break today, we have one more speaker. So I would like to introduce Dr. Janet Remus from International Flavors and Fragrances, otherwise known as IFF. Dr. Janet's going to talk about advancing the future through industrial biotechnology. Welcome, Dr. Remus. Oh, I should remind you all that Dr. Remus will not be able to use her camera, so it will just be her slides.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all can see my slides just fine, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about some of the things going on within our company. So for many of you, IFF might actually be a new name. IFF traditionally is well known on the food and personal care areas. But as of 2 years ago, they acquired Danisco Animal Nutrition and Health as part of a larger acquisition of Danisco businesses. And so we have come within the IFF platform and have brought our technologies forward and also learned some new things from traditional IFF. But one of the things that I wanted to talk with you about today is a little bit about our company, but also some of the technologies that are coming to different markets around the world, one of which is a product called Synchros Y. IFF, both traditionally and also our own Danisco Animal Nutrition and Health businesses, work hard to find good, sustainable, innovative, market-driven solutions to problems that our clients face. And that ultimately makes everyone's life better, safer, and healthier. And so that has been a cornerstone for how we look at product development, but also how we look at being a good corporate citizen. But today I'm really going to focus in on swine. And no surprise to anyone on this call, feed cost, that's the elephant in the room when we talk about pig production. It is the bulk of the cost associated with swine production. And today that is even uglier because of our base ingredient costs. So when high quality ingredients are extremely expensive, nutritionists start looking for alternative sources. But these ingredients come with a bit of baggage. They can have fiber-bound nutrients, they can have protein quality problems, or even amino acid profile issues. So as nutritionists, we always have to weigh the advantages of a lower cost feed with the disadvantages on how the animal may utilize those. And traditionally, that ability to access fiber-bound nutrient has been limited. But that the advent of enzyme technology, we've been better able to capture not just what is fiber-bound, but what is also resistant protein associated. So when I talk about resistant proteins, there can be a number of factors that make it such. But in swine feeds, the ability of protein to interact with fiber is a unique challenge. And that's something that is illustrated here through, in green, the neutral detergent insoluble protein percent on a dry matter basis, and in gray, the acid detergent insoluble protein. So this would be protein that is difficult or unavailable to the pig without exogenous product help. And so if we think about DDGs being a huge challenge for the North America market, we have considerably higher insoluble or resistant protein structures compared to corn itself. But this also holds true when we look at vegetable meals like canola, or even if we come and look at some of our wheat byproducts, we see that protein fiber resistance happening. So as a nutritionist, this traditionally has been a challenge for how we look at using these ingredients. But with the advent of enzyme and even targeted probiotics, we've been able to increase usage of these ingredients while minimizing the impact on swine performance. So I'm going to talk a bit more about that in this presentation. So when we look at SynchroSY, we're actually looking at bringing in enzyme technology to improve that digestibility and performance with an exogenous enzyme, which in turn allows the end user flexibility on the types of ingredients they bring in, depending on cost issues. We also are including a probiotic in SynchroSY of Bacillus origin. And these probiotics are selected for influence on digestibility and performance of the animal, as opposed to more traditional bacteriocin measures. And what we have seen when we put the two together is benefits on viability or outright livability of market hogs. So we're looking at that as a nutribiotic benefit, that is, nutrition and probiotics coming together to improve synergy within the gut to allow better digestibility, enhancement of beneficial microbiota, and to ultimately benefit the integrity of the gut wall. So less potential for translocation of problematic organisms into the host itself, which causes an immune response and so on, affecting maintenance costs. So I'm going to step back a little bit and talk about why we selected the microbial strains that we did. Within our libraries, we have a wide variety of different organisms, and those can be both heat stable as well as water application products. But for combinations with feed enzymes, it's best to have something that can survive the pellet mill should the client wish to pellet. And so within our library of Bacillus, we screened for strains that were strong enzyme producers, such that they would complement the exogenous enzyme added by providing further coverage either on a fiber area or on a peptidase secretion pattern. So the initial studies that were done in looking at the Bacillus strains in SynchroSY were done selecting on fiber degrading capability, but these also contain strong protease secretions as well. So what is shown in the boxes were the strains that won, so-called won, the round robin competition to see what strains would be potentially the most complementary to an exogenous enzyme combination. So what we know about the strains that we've selected is they will target substrate and produce specific enzymes in response to that substrate. So that in turn influences, in the case of fiber, that release of encapsulated nutrient, or if you're looking at an exogenous silanase also in the combination, then looking at further degrading those arabinoxylans beyond where the xylanase may take it. Then we're looking at that encapsulated nutrient becoming available to the host, and in the case of proteins released from encapsulation, that means cleavage by an exogenous protease, which in turn allows better amino acid utilization on the host, and that shifts the nitrogen bypass to the lower gut. And that can be a huge thing because fermentation of nitrogen in the lower gut has microbiome implications, as these typically are not beneficial organisms. But it also has an influence on what happens with your so-called beneficials. So typically what we see when there is an excess of nitrogen going into the lower gut, the putrefactives increase and your beneficial fermentatives often change in profile and go down in overall number. And that's not what we want to see. We want to have good beneficials producing lots of volatile fatty acids in the form of butyrate, ideally. And the last aspect of a probiotic inclusion is that it influences that barrier structure, either through a direct mechanism of physical barrier or an indirect mechanism. And that ultimately allows protection for that gut surface, which makes the ability to translocate by pathogens less likely. And I'll talk about various aspects of this as I go through my talk today. So what we know when we put bacillus into a livestock system, we know that it produces certain organisms. And in the case of the strain selected for Synchros Y, it is a strong NSPase producing system. We know that will break open cell walls. We know it will release encapsulated nutrient. And we know that there's an influence, particularly if you're looking at amylases or glucoamylases, on that starch fraction, and then complementing what happens on the protein digestion side. But you'll notice I say that's only half of the story. The other half is because in Synchros Y, we include a broad spectrum protease. And that protease is active at small intestinal pH, and it is what we call a broad spectrum cleaver. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a second. But we can look at it as breaking down a large protein into smaller peptides that either the host or the bacillus in Synchros Y can take lower through targeted peptidases. Because remember, the advantage of a probiotic with enzyme abilities is that you have a targeted cell factory to what substrate is present in that environment. So a bit on the protease itself. The protease is broad spectrum, and where you see the green checks, that is sequences that protease will target. So you see that it's very similar to pepsin in what it will cleave. So it will cleave it leucine, lysine, phenylalanine, and so on down the line. Pepsin is an acidic protease only active in the stomach of the pig. Trypsin, chymotrypsin, and elastin are small intestinal proteases, of which trypsin and chymotrypsin are the two most common. But they are also the two with the most targeted specificities. So they are not what we would consider a broad spectrum cleaver. And so when we look at synergies potentially between an exogenous protease and what the animal is secreting, we're looking at getting a targeted broad spectrum activity, both under what would be traditional acidic conditions of the stomach, but also more alkaline conditions that you would find in the small intestine. And so this is some work that was published a couple of years ago looking at what happens when you place the protease in Synchros Y onto a feed, and in this case, looking at a soy example. And so if we start on the right and look at the not easily digested proteins, these would be greater than 5,000 kilodaltons in size. And in the control feed, with pepsin secretions present, 36% of the protein present was present as greater than 5,000 kilodaltons. If we bring in the protease from Synchros Y into that system, you see that number of large, greater than 5,000 kilodalton proteins goes down to 13%. On the flip side, if we move to the left side of the screen, we can see that we have an increase in the amount of readily digestible peptides in that 1,000 or less kilodalton range. And so what that says is that you're getting more of your protein cleaved into more easily digestible structures while it still has the opportunity to be broken down and absorbed in the small intestine. So what do the pigs tell us? This is a meta-analysis done in grower pigs looking at net energy as well as digestible crude protein numbers. And I apologize, this is expressed on the protein as grams per 100 grams dry matter. So convert that in your mind to the appropriate percentages. What we see is significant improvements with the protease and the DFM on that crude protein digestibility. But we also see increases in net energy. And that's actually an important consideration when you are bringing in a probiotic protease combination, is what influence do you have on the maintenance cost of that animal that is potentially shifting to productive energy. And so that lends itself to an application question of where you are on energy to growth balancing, and whether you look at a product that is releasing both protein and energy on a matrix basis or a reformulation basis. If we look at individual amino acids, this is actually ileal digestibility. We see that overall, for the different amino acids listed, we have a significant effect at less than PO5, with the exception of cysteine, which was a trend at 10%. But we see that across the studies, the same pattern of influencing amino acid digestibility. And if you remember, the protease in Synchronous Y is a broad spectrum cleaver. So you are having some clear influences directly on the types of amino acids that are being released from what would be resistant or undigested proteins. But we can also flip this around a little bit and talk about some of the environmental or more sustainability related angles around improving protein digestibility. And this is some work looking at the emissions using a 36 kilo pig, looking at a control diet, protease only, with the bacillus probiotics and the combination. And what we see is that with that combination, you're getting a nice interactive effect that is leading to a significant reduction in fecal ammonia emissions, because you're coming at what is going on from two different angles, from a microbiological standpoint and from a native improvement of protein digestibility. What are the pigs telling us? What we have on screen now is a meta-analysis of 8 studies that were ran on grow-finished pigs from 25 to 114 kilos in body weight. Those control animals averaged 858 grams per pig per day on average daily gain. On Synchronous Y, averaged 833 grams per pig per day, which is about a 3% improvement and is a significant improvement. On FCR, we see a nice reduction in FCR across those studies. These were done using corn soy byproducts or wheat soy blends at different places around the world. So reflecting a variety of different studies. For those of you who know me, you know that I have a particular passion around where physiology and nutrition interact in the gut. So it wouldn't be a presentation without me, without having some sort of measure of gut integrity. So forgive me, everybody. Here it is. What we're looking at is what happens in an in vitro system where you're taking tissue and exposing it to different conditions. So our control tissue versus simply adding Digesta into the system, you see a dramatic increase in permeability of that tissue. Now, this is something that we as nutritionists don't always think about. But if you think about what the osmolality is of incoming feed, it's not such a surprise that this mechanism happens where digesta causes a change in resistance across the gut wall. So as nutritionists, we need to think about how we are managing our feeds and what we are doing that causes shifts in permeability that hopefully come back to normal before things translocate too much. But it is fair to say that the cause of that permeability shift isn't necessarily fixed by adding a protease, because if you look at the next column over, digestive plus protease, you'll see that by simply adding an exogenous protease, we did not alleviate that impact on transepithelial resistance. But if you bring in bacillus, you do shift that back to where now that tissue is, as we'll call it, permeable as the control itself. So we've restored it back to what would be a more ideal level of permeability, that is, poor permeability for translocation. And part of that mechanism of action comes down to how bacillus interact with the feed to shift viscosity and other parameters, but simply how they influence that physical layering across the gut wall that shifts degree of exposure to that gut wall. And if we look at the combination of the bacillus protease, the bacillus probiotics and the protease in Synchros Y, we see a gentle nudge up, but not statistically different. So what it says is that each thing is bringing value to the table. So from the protease, you're getting that direct influence on digestibility and making those resistant proteins more digestible for the animal. And for the bacillus, you are getting that supporting enzyme secretion to help further degrade that material that is coming into the feed. But you're also getting the benefit of a bacillus as a physical influence on what accesses the gut wall and how the body handles that permeability shifts caused by that presence of feed. Now, I mentioned earlier about influences on the microbiome, and candidly, I can spend way too long talking about what we know happens when you provide a probiotic into the system. Suffice it to say, with Synchros Y, we have data showing beneficial improvements on various types of lactobacillus and other fermentatives. But I thought I would show you kind of where some of the rubber meets the road as far as what it means for the gut. And this is kind of illustrated here in this example of looking at production of short-chain fatty acids, and more specifically in butyrate, in an in vitro system, 18 hours of incubation. So in the control treatment, you've got the approximate 91 millimole formation of short-chain fatty acids. But if you come down and look at what happens when you have Synchros Y in the system, you increase that production of short-chain fatty acids. But what's interesting is you're getting a nice stepwise nudge on overall fatty acid profile as you go from protease to bacillus to the combination. If we look at butyrate, it's even more interesting, because what this is suggesting is that some of the organisms that are producing butyrate are actually sensitive to nitrogen bypass, because with protease in the system, you get a nice jump in butyrate production, which would suggest that what has happened is if you're shifting that nitrogen uptake in the small intestine, you're getting potential less bypass, which would influence the organisms that would be producing butyrate if they are outcompeted by those putrefactives that would utilize bypass nitrogen. But in the end, even on butyrate, you're seeing a nice improvement on the butyrate formation with the combination. So it is fair to say that what is going on butyrate production has some clear benefits for the host itself, because butyrate is a preferred energy source for the enterocyte, and it is also potentially an energy source for the pig itself. So I've kind of taken you through the presentation relatively quickly, but I did want to make a few points here in what we know about SynchroSY. We know the product can be utilized in both a reformulation approach where you're taking advantage of lower cost ingredients, but looking at the product to help improve that performance of animal on that lower cost approach. Or you can look at a matrix approach, more traditionally used for enzymes. So we know that we can provide the support and tools that are needed to help clients understand the best opportunity with this product for their system. We know we get performance across multiple substrates. We know we have an influence on gut health, and we know we can value both from the standpoint of more consistent pig performance, but also potentially more pigs to market from the livability viability approach. And lastly, we know we have an influence on ammonia production and some of the other environmental factors associated with swine production. So I would like to thank everybody for their attention. And if you all have any questions, I'm open to hear them.
Janet, thank you so much for that. We are a little tight on time, but we'll try to do one question here before we go to break. We have multiple questions, and so the rest of these will get sent to Janet, and she can go ahead and respond back to those, and then we'll share those out. So, Janet, you started to answer this question maybe a little bit with when you were talking about some of the potential modes of action of the product, but the question really is around, have you considered using this feed additive in other stages of pig production, such as lactation, gestation, or nursery pig programs?
Actually, we have. There is information out in looking in wean to finish. It is fair to say that given substrate and degree of feed cost improvement, grow finish is going to be probably your bigger area. But there is no doubt that there is a benefit to be had for this combination in nursery pigs. And in sows, that is actually living on my area to do here in the next few months. No reason why it wouldn't be in sows for sure.
That's right, especially with some of the ingredients that we feed.
Correct.
Yep. Well, wonderful. Thank you again, Janet, for your time today. Again, for our audience, this is Dr. Janet Remus with IFF. We will now take a short break. It'll be about a 7-minute break. Please take the opportunity to stand up, stretch your legs, go grab that cup of coffee. We'll be back shortly. And as we leave, I just want to, again, thank our sponsors for today. And those would be Alltech, DSM, Elanco, IFF, Carey, Novus, Purina Mills, Essential Ag Solutions, and Sunhigh. See you all in a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Dr. Laura Greiner, and I am your host for this afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed what we've been talking about so far. Certainly, I also hope that you enjoyed your little break, took a chance to recharge your batteries and stretch your legs, because again, here we go. We have another great few sessions for you here for the next hour and a half, and so I'm excited to get started. So let's continue with our presentations and go on to our next speaker and the last part of our event as well. Do remember, though, at the end of each presentation, we are going to have hopefully a few minutes to answer some questions. So don't forget to drop those into the YouTube chat, and we'll try to get to those as many as we can. And if not, we'll make sure our speakers get those so they can get your questions answered. So I would like to welcome Dr. Joseph Garcia from Essential Ag Solutions. Today, he's going to talk about endotoxin mitigation. Dr. Joseph Garcia will actually not be available to answer questions, but Ethan Gross will be answering questions for him. So please, again, make sure you drop your questions in the chat, and we'll have somebody answer those at the end of this presentation.
Hello, my name is Joseph Garcia. I'm the Toxin Solutions Technical Support Manager for Special Nutrients and New Science. We are partners with Essential Ag Solutions, and we'd like to present you today some data we have on endotoxin control, endotoxin mitigations with one of our products, Protect 8 Plus. Just a little bit of background on endotoxins. Endotoxins, same name, it refers to LPS, lipopolysaccharides. They are an integral part of gram-negative bacterial outer cell wall. So it only comes from gram-negative bacteria, and if they are not excreted, as opposed to exotoxins, they are an integral component of the exterior cell wall of gram-negative bacteria. So they get released when this bacterial cell wall gets broken, either by the action of antibiotics or because the cell are divided, there is growth, so the cell is divided, so then of course the cell wall gets split, and that's when they get released. The main components, this will be the molecule of an endotoxin. They have three main components: an antigen portion, a core oligosaccharide portion, and a lipid, what it's called a lipid A portion. The lipid A portion, it's actually the portion of the molecule, the component of the molecule that it's more responsible for the toxic effect of endotoxin. And it's actually, interestingly, is a part that remains quite constant regardless of the origin of the LPS. All LPS come from, or endotoxins come from gram-negative bacteria, but you may have from E. coli, from Salmonella, from different types of gram-negative bacteria. But this portion, the lipid A, remains quite constant regardless of the initial type of bacteria, of gram-negative bacteria. And it is also the portion responsible for the toxic effect. So what are endotoxins? We've described they're integral component of the outer cell wall. They are naturally released by the gram-negative bacteria when this cell wall it's broken or it's divided. Where are they? Well, they are where the gram-negative bacteria are, which basically is in the gastrointestinal tract as part of the normal microflora of swine. Even on healthy animals, you will have some gram-negative bacteria in equilibrium with other types of bacteria there. And of course, in cases of disease or whatever, they may increase. Because they are in the gastrointestinal tract, they can get excreted through manure. And once they are in the farm, in the pit, that manure, that LPS in manure can get airborne. So then they will be in the air or in the dust. And once they are there, they can be inhaled both by the animals and by the animals. So then they would be also in the upper respiratory tract. So both locations, gastrointestinal tract and upper respiratory tract. When are they, when do we have an endotoxin issue? Even with healthy animals, we may have it, of course, but then also any production that implies any increase of gram-negative bacteria, any changes on microbiota, stress conditions, low immune status, damage in the epithelial wall. For example, when you have other components like mycotoxins or stress, you may have some damage in the integrity of the gastrointestinal wall, and that will increase the absorption of endotoxins into the systemic, into the blood, and then of course they can go to other, to other organs. And of course, when you use antibiotics, you actually kill the gram-negative bacteria, which is good. You control it, but you, at the same time, because of the breaking of the cell wall, there is an increased release of endotoxins. So what are the control strategies, that we can take in order to try to mitigate the issue? Obviously, any aspect, any production, any action that results in a reduction of bacterial contamination will help. Of course, less gram-negative bacteria, less presence of endotoxins, so any hygiene, any immune status, anything that reduces the bacterial contamination, it will reduce the LPS contamination. There's been some research on vaccination also to try to vaccinate either animals or humans to control it. Of course, that will apply only to the LPS that it's present in the blood system, not in the gastrointestinal wall. Of course, antibodies will be circulating. It's very expensive. There is some good results, but it's very expensive. Then also, normally endotoxins, what they trigger is an inflammation process, so and there is the immune system is actually involved in the reaction that occurs after there is an endotoxin issue. So the use of immune modulators to try to compensate this immune reaction have been also tested, again, with some mixed results, but it's actually also a quite expensive method. And of course, lately, some products, in our case with Protect 8+, we have tested the product basically with the same mechanism of action that we use to control mycotoxins. We use it as a binder, where the product is ingested by the animals. The main area where the gram-negative bacteria are present is in the gastrointestinal tract. So the idea is that the product binds to the endotoxin, stops it from binding to the receptor that triggers the inflammation reaction, and then the whole bound molecule of LPS plus binder gets excreted, because this whole complex is very big. The LPS does not go airborne or anything, so you basically stop the action of LPS. Same kind of mechanism of action, same approach that with mycotoxin mitigation. This is a summary of what happens, with you have a LPS present. Of course, you have the gram-negative bacteria, E. coli, naturally present in the gastrointestinal tract. Some of the white blood cells, the macrophages, may detect, the gram-negative bacteria. They destroy it. When they destroy it, they release the endotoxin. Once this endotoxin is released, it can bound to receptors, that are present in the macrophages. And after the endotoxin gets bound to the receptor, basically it triggers an inflammation response. That is the end result of the endotoxin action, an inflammation response that can either be already at the local epithelium of the gastrointestinal tract, or if they are absorbed and they go into the blood system and they get distributed into other organs. Of course, this inflammation can occur also in other organs. This inflammation, it's produced through basically an increase in production of inflammatory cytokines. So the inflammation process is mediated by inflammatory cytokines. And of course, this same action will be exactly the same if instead of the macrophages we had antibiotics. If we have antibiotics acting against the gram-negative bacteria, then the bacteria will be killed, the LPS will be released, and the same triggering of the inflammation process will occur after the use of the antibiotics. Some of the, with this in mind and trying to use, like I said, the same approach to bind the endotoxins, with our product, we had some initial data with in vitro. If you're familiar with mycotoxin binding, you will see that we follow the same approach. We basically have an in vitro test at 2 different pHs. The idea is the product binds the endotoxin at the initial pH, in this case 5.5 of pH, which is normally the initial pH of the upper intestine in swine. And then the idea is that once the product binds the endotoxin, it should keep it bound regardless of the change of pH that occurs through the normal transit of food through the gastrointestinal tract. So we see here, we tested the product at 1 or half a kilo or 1 kilo or 2 pounds or 1 pound per ton. In this case, we tested initially at around 40 endotoxin units. The problem, the main problem with endotoxins is there is really no reference value in the literature on what to, on what levels to test. So we tested at a relatively low values. As you can see here, the initial binding is very good, or 90%, 99%. And also the desorption, once the product is capable of binding the endotoxin, it does not release it. So even with the change of pH, there is absolutely no release whatsoever. So the end efficacy rate is, efficacy of binding is very good. We tested this at the normal commercial dosages with a relatively low contamination of endotoxins. We repeated the in vitro testing basically under more difficult conditions, namely the two different LPS concentration, 5,000 and 100,000, which are extremely high, and at different time points. And even at the worst conditions, at the most difficult, which will be the shortest time, with the highest concentration of endotoxin, the 100,000, with the lowest dosage of the product, the half a kilo or 1 pound per ton, we already obtain a 90% binding capacity, so very good one. The moment we go to a little bit better conditions for the product, either higher dosage of the product or longer time to act, or lower contamination, we are already achieving 95, almost 100%. So in vitro testing, again, very good results. But of course, in vitro, as always, same as mycotoxins, it should be taken only as an indication, not as a proof that the product is working. The proof comes from the in vivo testing. So for that, we use a model that is used in the University of Ghent in Belgium, in the European Union, that is used to test different conditions, different products or conditions in the gastrointestinal tract. The model basically consists, we take a few piglets, we sedate them, we anesthetize them, and then we ligate different sections of the intestine. So each one of these sections will be the experimental unit. They are isolated. So, whatever occurs in each one of them, it does not transfer to the other ones. And we inject whatever treatments we do in each one of these loops that we call. And after a couple of hours, we take a biopsy of each one of the sections and we test of whatever end parameters we want to test. So this is the model we use to test our product. And these are the treatments that we use on both piglets. Each one of the piglets, of course, has several of these loops. So we tested all treatments, pretty much the first 3 treatments we tested in each one of the piglets, and at least in 3 different loops in each one of the piglets. So the treatments were controlled without any LPS, very high dosage of LPS, 200,000, because we had done a previous test and we saw that was the dosage the contamination we needed from LPS to trigger a response, in this case, to use the model. Of course, the LPS plus the product, at a 0.3% inclusion rate. That is, we did in both piglets, and then we included one just with the product to see if there was any issues with just the product, any toxicity, anything, And based on the results also of the initial test that we did, we measured these 3 inflammatory cytokines. In an initial test, we had tested for different ones. We saw that these ones were the ones mostly affected when there was a LPS present. So that's the ones that we use for the test with the product. These are the results. As we see here, we have the 2 different piglets. These are the different cytokines here at the bottom. If you notice, this is, the saline solution, the one in blue without any LPS, on gray with the LPS, and the yellow is the LPS plus Protect A. And as you can see on both piglets, there is normally when you have the LPS, there is an increase on each one of the cytokines. And in piglet 2, it was even more clear. It was a clear increase every time that we had the LPS. And then once we have the binder, we go actually in many cases lower actually than the initial control, than the one without LPS. So clearly there is a response of using in each one of the 3 inflammatory cytokines in both of the piglets. We have a clear reduction of the production of each one of the inflammation cytokines once we use the product. When we compare only in the initial piglet, when we compare only the product by itself, as you can see here, some, in one case we had higher than the control, in another one very, much lower, and another one very similar, meaning basically that there is no issue with the product by itself. It was not triggering any response or anything. So the product by itself, it didn't cause any problems. Okay, but a clear effect on the production of inflammatory cytokines when the Protect 8 was included together with the LPS. So with that, of course, we had proved that the product was working in vitro, ex vivo also. So that was great. But of course, the end result that we want, what we want to really demonstrate is that the fact that the product is capable of binding endotoxins, that results in an economic advantage. Obviously, at the end of the day, what we want is to use the product to give an economic advantage to the farmer when they use it. Okay, so for that we did different testings of the product under commercial and research farms in swine to try to see if we could see an advantage of the use of the product. We had an initial 3 trials in the Netherlands. The overall layout of the trial was very, very similar. We use it at post-weaning, basically because we try to choose a situation in swine production where you have an issue with E. coli, for example, with gram-negative bacteria. Normally, of course, post-weaning diarrhea is a pretty common situation, even on healthy farms. So that's where, we thought that there would be a challenge there. It's a situation where there is a challenge with LPS, with endotoxins. So we used it there. And the layout was basically right after weaning, we use an initial post-weaning diet and then another starter diet. In this case, it was the first 2 weeks and then the other almost 3 weeks for a second diet. Negative control compared to, we had 3 different trials, 1 or 2 pounds per ton of Protect 8 Plus. And the results were all very promising. We had 3 trials. In the first 2 trials, we tested at 1 ton, 1 pound per ton or 2 pounds per ton, half a kilo or 1 kilo per ton of dosage. And we basically, in both cases, used through the whole experiment. And we had an increase in performance in average daily gain and in feed intake. There was a dosage response. In the initial trial, we had only the 1 pound per ton. And when we increased it to 2 pounds per ton, we had double from 2% to 5% increase in feed intake and increase in average daily gain. So a dose response there. And then in the last experiment, we actually tested at the higher dosage, at the 2 pounds per ton, the 1 kilo per ton, but we only use it in the first diet, in the first 2 weeks of the experiment. And in the second diet, both treatments were without the product. Okay, and even then, we achieved almost the same results that with the previous experiment. So we get almost the same increase by just using the product at the initial post-weaning diet. Now, all these results were very promising, but they were not statistically significant. So we repeated the experiment because we wanted to be able to see if we could actually show statistically significant results. So we repeated the trial recently, same layout. We did it in 2 rounds to have greater number of animals. Okay. And this, again, the same layout post-weaning. Day 0 is the first day after weaning. In this case, the first diet was for 3 weeks, and then up till day 48 post-weaning. And again, negative control. And in this case, we use the recommended dosage of 2 pounds per ton of the product. Okay, and as you can see, when we put together both results, average daily average weight at the end of the experiment, we had a statistically significant increase of over 1 kilo. That actually was the result of an increase during the phase 2 of the trial. During the second portion of the trial, that's where we actually achieved the difference in growth. In the initial phase, there was an increase, but it was not significant. And then also feed conversion. In this case, we actually had an overall statistically improvement of feed conversion, but in this case, it came from both diets. But the first diet and the second diet, each one of them had an increase. An increase in better feed conversion rate that, of course, resulted in an overall improvement. Okay, this actually makes sense. There was no difference in feed intake, which would make sense in this if you think that what the product is doing is basically improving the gastrointestinal, limiting the inflammation coming from LPS. So there is a better absorption of nutrients and better use of those nutrients for growth. Okay. So we repeated also in China, we repeated under commercial Chinese conditions, same layout, 2 weeks post weaning, and then 30 more days, phase 2 diets, again at 2 pounds per ton inclusion rate of the product. And as you can see here, what we got here was basically a statistically significant also improvement in daily gain that actually resulted about the over 1 kilo also increased in body weight. In this case, again, the increase was obtained, statistically significant, obtained during the second phase of the trial. With the second diet, that's where we got it. In the first one, there was a numerical increase, but the statistically significant improvement was in the second portion of the trial that resulted in an overall statistically significant improve in growth when the product was used at the 2 pounds per ton inclusion rate. Okay, so in summary, we explain a little bit what are endotoxins. They are integral component of the gram-negative bacterial cell wall. Why there is always some pressure of endotoxins, even in healthy animals and in good condition, farms. You still have, of course, part of the naturally occurring balanced microflora. You will have, of course, some gram-negative bacteria. There are many ways to mitigate endotoxin. One of them is the endotoxin binders, and Protect A+ has shown, proven, in vitro, in vivo, and then performance-related improvement because of its capacity to bind, endotoxins. With that concludes my presentations, and my colleague now will be more than glad to entertain any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Josep Garcia. Again, for our audience, that's Dr. Josep Garcia. We currently have on Ethan Gross, who's going to answer the questions for us. Ethan, the first question that we have is, were these pigs from a high health herd? Were they health challenged, particularly in those 3 live animal studies that he presented?
Yeah, so great question. No, they were not. Those were pigs that were freshly weaned, and they both came, all those groups came from relatively healthy herds. No known challenges and no experimental challenges. So the interesting thing for us was, even with natural LPS challenges simply from the stress of weaning the animal, we were still able to have a great benefit on reducing them and seeing a performance increase. Theoretically, I would think if we challenged them and the non-challenged pigs were receiving the product and the other ones were not, they would see a greater increase in performance due to mitigating, the higher load of LPS challenge.
Mm-hmm. Very good. We have 2 questions. I'm going to try to tie them together a little bit. Is where do you see this technology going to in the future? And basically from that, what recommendation would you make to a producer that needs to include this in their diet?
Yeah. So as far as where this is going in the future, I think the future is now. We see a lot of challenges with E. coli and other things in our industry today, right? If you remember back to the beginning of the presentation, LPS come from these gram-negative bacteria, right? So if we're constantly having them, find me a farm that doesn't have bacterial challenges, right? They're always going to be there. So I think finding a problem that's consistently there and being able to remove it, and then seeing, even the case of healthy animals, having a performance increase, I think that technology will continue to catch on and allow these animals to naturally stay healthier and stay ahead of the curve. For our recommended usage for now, we put it into any nursery diets. That's the biggest one. We look at the LPS, going into the nursery, getting those pigs cleaned up, and seeing, some really nice feedbacks from the field when we have, in a E. coli challenge, a hemolytic E. coli challenge, or any other gram-negative bacterial challenge, reducing death, loss, and mortality, and really seeing a good return for the producer with the product.
Great. Thank you, Ethan, so much. We have multiple questions that we know we didn't get to. We will be sending those to you in an email, both
Great.
to you and Dr. Joseph Garcia, and you both can work on answering those. So again, that was Ethan and Joseph from Essential Ag Solutions. Thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker today is Gary Fuller from Elanco, and he will be talking about what's nearest in your bin, Skysis Microtracer overviews. Welcome, Mr. Fuller.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be with you today. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about a new feature of Skysis. For those who may not be familiar with Skysis, it is Elanco's feed additive product with the medication containing narasin. And the product is indicated for improved feed efficiency and increased weight gain in growing finishing swine. The product has been on the market for many years, but we are just in the process now of adding a new feature to the product that we want to share with you today as we continue to innovate and bring solutions to the market that will benefit producers. The new feature of Skysis is something called Microtracers. And I'm going to introduce to you today what are Microtracers and how they can benefit when you use Skysis. So first I want to introduce you to what Microtracers are. The Microtracer are simply very small iron particles that are coated with a food grade dye added to the Skysis at a very low concentration. And what this allows you to do is to be able to detect the presence of Skysis in medicated feeds at the feed mill or on the farm with a very quick, simple test in just a matter of a few minutes. Some people may be concerned that you're adding metal to the feed, but the amount of iron in the Microtracer is the amount of total iron that you're adding to the feed is actually less than the amount that would be included in a typical vitamin, mineral, or trace mineral pack. And so there is no impact of this Microtracer on the feed, on the animal, or on the environment. The tracer itself is coated with a food grade dye. And as I explain how you're able to detect these tracers, you'll see how simple the process is and how this allows you to easily and quickly detect whether or not Skysis is in that feed. The detection process is a magnetic process because they are iron tracer particles. There is a magnet that we provide in a kit that we provide to producers and to feed mills to be able to extract the tracer and be able to quickly determine in a matter of just a few minutes whether or not Skysis is in that feed. So why is it important to have this? What is the benefit of having Microtracers in a product? Well, first, on the farm, it's important many times to know if Skysis is present in a feed and in a particular feed bin on that farm. That's especially valuable if you happen to have an adverse event situation. And an adverse event situation is any situation where you have an unexpected result in the animals. It will also provide a rough estimate of the level of Skysis in the feed, and I will show you what I mean by that, of how you can have a rough estimate of that level. And it also helps to build confidence for nutritionists and the producers that the feed that the nutritionist formulated and that the feed mill made actually contains the product that the nutritionist formulated and has been delivered to the pigs on the farm in the right bin. Now, there's one part of this that is especially important. There's a well-known fact in the industry is that there is a toxic interaction between ionophores such as narasin and tiamulin that when they are used concurrently in the same animal at the same time. So if the pigs are being fed Skysis and they get sick, and a veterinarian is going to prescribe a tiamulin treatment in the water, then it's important to be able to know whether or not those pigs are on schisis, so that you can not feed them, not give them the tiamulin in the water and have that toxic interaction. Excuse me just a second. I've got some background noise. Thank you. I'm back. We're trying to get my colleagues here to quiet down just a little bit. So another benefit of Microtracers is being able to use quality control at the feed mill. You can validate whether or not schisis is present in the feed, and that's particularly important if you have a lot of different feeds coming out of a mill going to a lot of different operations, and you need to determine, or validate, did we get the medication into that particular batch of feed? It can also be used for cross-contamination testing and carryover from one batch of feed to another to see if the schisis is in the subsequent batch of feed. You can use it as a tool to troubleshoot any production issues. So at the end of a day, if the feed mill is trying to reconcile their drug inventory, and if there is a miss or a miscalculation somewhere along the way, and maybe the product was not added to a feed, or it was too much was added to a certain batch of feed, you can go and quickly test that feed using the Microtracer to determine whether or not it has schisis in the feed and get a rough estimate of the level. There are mills today that are using Microtracers and other products as part of their standard operating procedures to meet their quality requirements. This is to show you how simple it is to conduct a Microtracer test. I'm going to show you the actual kit that is used to do that, and then show you the simple steps. And don't expect you to become experts, but just to see how simple it is to conduct one of these tests. So this is the kit that is provided by Elanco to test for the Microtracer in schisis, and it consists of a steel box with a very strong magnet in the middle, and then the other parts and pieces here are used as part of that. If the feed is a pelleted feed, it must be ground before it is tested for Microtracers, and so a grinder is provided, as well as a demagnetizer and a brush and a warmer plate and filter paper. And I will explain to you how this test works and how simple it is to conduct this test. There are two detection methods. One is a qualitative detection test that will give you a simple yes or no answer to whether the drug is present in the feed. And the second is a quantitative test that again provides an estimate of the amount of schisis in that particular feed. When you finish the test, this is the results that you would get from the qualitative method. So this is a filter paper that's about 3 inches across. And after you pour the feed through the device and the magnet pulls out the tracer particles out of the feed and attaches them to the filter paper, you apply a developing solution and it releases the dye that's on the tracer particles. And then you're able to quickly see by the color of the tracer particle whether or not there is tracer in that feed, and therefore whether the medication is in the feed. Now, schisis is not the only product that has a Microtracer in it. There are other products on the market today that have different tracers. Each tracer has a unique color. So if you run this test and see other colors coming out in the test, then you would be able to know that you have one of those other products in the market, other products in the feed as well. This is the simple steps, and I don't want to take the time to go through all of these steps, but I'll just explain simply how to conduct this test. You would take, for example, 500 or 1 kilogram of feed, and you would put it through this Microtracer detection device, and the feed, as it passes over the top of the magnet, the tracer is pulled out of that feed, and then you simply spray the developing solution on top, and you get the result showing these tracer particles, showing that color, indicating that the tracer is present, and that therefore the schisis is present in that feed. And this whole process takes a matter of just a few minutes. And so one of the great advantages of this new feature of the product is that you can do it quickly on the farm or in a feed mill, as opposed to taking a sample of the feed and sending it off to a laboratory and waiting a week or 2 weeks to get a result back to see whether or not you have the medication in the feed. The second way to use this test is to use the test in a way that you can actually estimate the amount of product in the feed. So we call this the quantitative method. And what you're seeing here are pictures of larger filter papers that have been developed with a Microtracer with different products. And in this case, what you're actually doing is you have to spread out these tracer particles and count them to get this estimate. So the first few steps of this process are the same: to take the feed and to put it through the Microtracer detection device, the rotor detector device. But then for the quantitative method, you would then carefully remove the tracer particles and spread them out onto a larger filter paper where you can simply count them and come up with your estimate of the level. We do have these method sheets and a how-to video and lots of material produced to help people who want to try this method on their own. Now, so some people ask, well, how many tracer particles would you expect to have in a sample of feed when you run a Microtracer test? And this chart shows the expected number of tracer particles. And so it obviously depends on the level of your medication in the feed, and then how large of a sample that you are going to use as you run through the detection device. And so what I have on this chart is the approved usage levels of schisis, and the most common level that is used today in the market is 15 ppm or 13.6 grams per ton. So if you had a schisis being used at that level, and you took a 1 kilogram sample of that feed and ran it through the detection device, you would expect to find 15 tracer particles. Now, I said earlier, this is just an estimate. The reason I say it's just an estimate is because this chart assumes that everything is perfect. And we know that it's not a perfect world in feed manufacturing. But if everything's perfect in that the schisis was mixed into the feed sample was taken perfectly and all of the tracer particles were extracted perfectly, then you could get this. But it's not a perfect world, and there's things that happen, such as the feed gets pelleted and you have to grind the feed before you can run it through, and you'll lose some tracer particles in that. Magnets in feed mills will remove a small percentage. And then just depending on the formulation itself, there may be some tracer particles that get kind of stuck in the feed particles and are not released onto the filter paper. So that's why I say this is a rough estimate. Don't take this as the if you don't get this exact amount, that's okay. But it should be consistent from batch to batch. Like if you get, say, 80% of this level, and you test one batch after another, you should get consistently that much, that many tracer particles out. So that's the second way to use this test, is in this qualitative method. And so then people ask, well, how can I use this, and what might it change? Can a Microtracer test replace a feed assay? Well, it depends on why you are pulling that feed assay and what information you're trying to get out of it. As I said before, the Microtracer test does a very good job of detecting whether or not schisis is present in the feed. However, it's only a rough estimate of the level because it relies on a physical property of this magnetic property to extract. It's not the same as doing a wet chemistry analysis in a lab where you're extracting every single molecule of the drug. So we recommend still using a feed assay if you need to have a precise level of the drug detected in the feed, send it to the lab, and we get that analysis done. But if you just need a quick confirmation whether Skysis is present or not in that feed, the Microtracer will be a good option. How many tests can you conduct with one kit? It's only limited by the number of filter papers and supplies in the kit. The kits come standard with 200 pieces, and certainly more can be ordered. And where can you get additional help or information on this? If you want to know more, contact your Elanco sales representative or call our 800 number to get more information. So probably one of the last questions that you may have is it available now? What's the status, or when will it be available? And it will be available starting in May. We have this formulation change approved by FDA, and we are now just implementing it in our manufacturing plant. And we expect that in May it will be available to customers, and we will be able to answer any questions or help people who want to implement it at that point in time. So with that, I will just remind you to always read and follow label directions, including cautions and warnings, as you use Skysis or any other medicated feed product. And with that, I will now entertain any questions that anyone has.
Gary, thank you so much for that presentation. Again, everyone, this is Gary Fuller with Elanco. Gary, we do have a couple of questions, and before we jump into those again, I just want to remind everyone that if you do have a question, please drop it into the YouTube chat, and we will try to get those questions answered for you. So Gary, the first question that we have is, when deciding whether to incorporate this into their swine feeding program, what are some key considerations producers should keep in mind?
Okay, I'm not sure. That sounds like that question is more related to the product Skysis than the Microtracer in Skysis. I think that's what we're asking about. So if someone wants to consider using Skysis in their feeding program, they should certainly work with their nutritionist and their formulator to ensure that they have the right level of nutrients in the feed. And Skysis is approved for growing, finishing swine, and so it's well documented, and the efficacy of the product is well established. So any producers who want to know more about that can contact their Elanco sales representative for the specific economics and the return that they would expect to find.
Perfect. As you were talking there and demonstrating, you were showing the different potential products that you could find in that Microtracer evaluation. Is that with your kit itself, could we find all of those different other products, or would we need to do something different to find those?
So the Microtracer kit is the same kit that for all the different products. There's slightly different developing solutions that are used for the different products, but what I showed on the picture here is the same developing solution that if you used it on a Skysis Microtracer and you saw any of these other products that have a Microtracer in them, if they were in that same feed at the same time, that is what they would look like as they appeared on that filter paper.
Okay, that's very helpful. The one question was asked if it's already available. I think you answered that it's coming soon.
Coming soon, yes, that's correct.
This fall, right? Coming soon this fall.
No, May.
No, it's summer.
Yeah, this summer. So May is when it will come out. It will be, by the time it works through just different distribution channels, and depending on where producers get their product, it may be summer by the time they would see it, but it will be available in May.
Okay, perfect. Will Elanco only be providing that to people who are purchasing the product, or would there be an opportunity, for example, a consulting nutritionist to be able to purchase that through Elanco in order to have it for themselves to deal with multiple clients?
We would be glad to provide this kit and any of these tools to a nutritionist that is supporting the product and wanting to test different feeds for their producers. we'd be glad to do that. Yes, please contact your Elanco sales representative or call the 800 number or contact me and I'll get you in touch with the right person. We want to make these kits as available as possible. As I mentioned in the presentation, this is a good tool to safely use the product to make sure it's where it needs to be and not where it should not be. So.
Yeah, I think it's great. We've seen microtracers used for years, and so this is nice to see a good application and one that's very easy and quick to do on the farm. If we do suspect there's an issue and something, then we can resolve quickly if there is in fact a problem on farm. So it is very nice to see that technology and tool in hand for the producer.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, that's as I mentioned in the implementation of SCYSIS, and particularly if you have pigs coming and going from one barn, feed trucks coming and going, and pigs in different barns, and you can say, well, you might say, I think I have SCYSIS in this particular barn with this batch of pigs, or I think I don't have SCYSIS in this particular barn with this group of pigs. But if you want to make sure 100%, now you can use a microtracer test to verify that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can think of a time when that would have been really handy in my barn.
Mm-hmm.
We had something that looked like a Nursery toxicity, but it was actually an infectious disease. So always nice to have those things to rule out quickly. My last question really is kind of around, I know you talked a lot about how to use it and so forth, but were there any challenges that you see in using it? Any limitations that we need to be aware of if we're going to take it out into the field?
I think one of the challenges is that if you happen to have an application that's using very wet feed, so let's say you may be adding a lot of water at the end, or the typical moisture level in feed is not going to be an issue. But if the feed were to sit in an open trough, and even you would get a lot of water coming into that, whenever you get a high amount of water into the feed, you have the chance of washing off the dye that's on the tracer particles. So you could do, if you were like to grab a sample of feed from a trough that the pigs have been eating out of, and it had some water in there, and you might test that, and you say, well, there's no tracer in here. Well, it may still be in there, but it got washed off. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of one watch out, or one limitation, is just make sure you're getting the dry mash feed that you are testing.
Mm-hmm. How about pelleting? Any concern running a pellet?
Oh, definitely. So I mentioned that in the presentation, but just to reinforce that with everyone, if you're using a pelleted feed, you have to grind the pellets before you put them through the microtracer, before you put the feed through the microtracer detection device. And that's why we include the little small coffee grinder in the kit itself, so that if you do have a pelleted feed, that you can grind it with that and then run it through the kit. If you don't, the microtracer is just stuck in the middle of the pellet and will not be released at all.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to make sure we reiterated that everybody
Yes.
understands there's differences in how we handle the feed. We don't anticipate that the pelleting process itself will change that microtracer, but it's rather just the fact that it's within that pellet that we're concerned about.
Exactly.
Okay. Perfect. Well, Gary, again, thank you so much for your time today. Again, for our audience, this is Gary Fuller from the Elanco team. Thank you again.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you all. Take care.
Thank you. Our next speaker today will be Dr. Brad Lawrence from Novus. Today, Brad will be discussing nutritional opportunities for optimizing gilt lifetime productivity. Brad, we're so happy to have you on today. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today about a nutritional opportunity to optimize gilt lifetime productivity. Is where do essential nutrients really play? And that's what we're going to unique feed additive, but feed additives in the sense of meeting the basic essential nutrient needs of the animal, but doing it from a unique source. We're going to start, as the title indicated, with the gilt. The gilt poses an interesting dilemma for us. She's the foundation of our herd of the future, but yet she comes with some challenges. From data that we have generated here at Novus International over the last few years, we know that gilt litters typically comprise 20 to 25% of all farrowing groups, and this is typically the biggest single percentage of a parity. So if you look at parities 1 through 6, it will be heavily weighted toward the gilt litters. And when we look at how does the gilt really compare versus our peak parities, parity 2 to 4, what we see is those gilts have a higher percent of repeats, typically a lower percent bred within 7 days. They'll have 5-day or longer wean to estrus intervals, and somewhere between 1 and 1.5 fewer total born or live born than the higher productivity parities. So what this represents is it represents a drag on the system. It represents lost performance opportunity. Now, not only do they have maybe a little lower reproductive potential and lower productivity, but their offspring, we know for a long time, have created some challenges. And there's been a new paper presented in 2022 that really highlighted that these gilt litter offsprings have lower birth weights and typically lower weaning weights. They grow slower. They have a higher illness and mortality rates. We have to treat more of them. And when you look at the offspring at birth, their nervous and skeletal systems have developed normally in utero, but their organ and muscle development is compromised. They're a bit like the intrauterine growth restricted pig. So there's some opportunities when we look at optimizing productivity in the sow herd to really focus on those gilts, not only from the standpoint of reproductive performance and optimizing their level of productivity as gilts, but also improving the lifetime productivity of their offspring as well. A recent paper by Satomi et al. In Porcine Health Management looked at 94,961 females from 98 Spanish farms, looking at why were those sows removed? Because it's really that early removal that impacts our lifetime productivity. If she's not staying in the herd, she's obviously not producing pigs, and those pigs that we did get from her, if she left early, they have very high cost. So what Satomi found was that the culling risk was increased if in the previous parity she had less than 8 born alive, or on the opposite extreme, a high productivity sow also had a higher culling risk. Stillbirths were another thing that was related to culling risk. If there were greater than 3 stillbirths in the last litter, she was more likely to be culled. Or if she had greater than 7-day wean to estrus interval, she was more likely to be culled. So we want to look at, from the standpoint of gilt lifetime productivity, optimizing that productivity early, meeting her needs so that she doesn't have a lot of these culling risks, maybe even in subsequent parities. Now, when we look at the percent of all sows in that study by Satomi et al. That were culled or died, and we do it by the early parities, so parity 0 through 2, really that area where we want to optimize retention, we find that the culling rate within each parity is somewhere between 4.6% out in parity 2 up to 6% of all females that we breed that never actually reach their first parity. And then likewise, if we look at the death rate within parity, in their study in Europe, they found somewhere between 1.1 and 1.3% death rate by parity. And so really what this study shows us is that we need to focus on the risk factors associated with removal, and we need to minimize as much of those as possible. And as Moat and others in 2009 really highlighted, it's really reproduction and structure are our removal rates, are our removal reasons. We get hung up in the specifics of the removal reason, but really it boils down to two factors: reproduction and structure. And structure, particularly in less than parity 4, and in those less than parity 4 females that were removed for structure, much of that is removals within the last 60 days of the last farrowing. And so again, it's reproduction and structure is where we need to focus. Now, that gilt also offers us the last real chance to impact structural development. And so when we look at bone synthesis down in the lower right-hand graph by Schmidt et al., we see that gilts, which is the top line, they're really that last opportunity to impact bone synthesis. And then after that, we really have a hard time changing bone synthesis. But that bone synthesis is important for around lactation, because we need to be building those calcium phosphorus stores during gestation that then are going to be mobilized at the point of lactation to stimulate milk production. So how can we affect it? Well, we're going to talk about trace minerals, particularly zinc, copper, and manganese. They play many roles, from immune development and hormone synthesis, specifically with zinc, to energy metabolism, to antioxidant defense, to structure. And so these minerals that are in the diet at part per million levels really are critical, not only for the reproduction and structure that are the risk factors for removal, but also we find that there's impacts for offspring development, as the trace minerals play roles in things such as DNA, RNA synthetase, etc. Now, there's differences in sources in trace minerals, and one of the ways we measure that is trace mineral availability. This is a graph that will be presented at National Animal Science meetings this year, and this looks at the availability of two sources of trace mineral, either an all inorganic source or a chelated, bis-chelated trace mineral source known in the market as Mintrex. And what you see is that the bis-chelated trace mineral source has higher trace mineral availability, but also we see some small improvements as well in calcium and phosphorus availability. So when we think about, again, reproduction and structure, we're thinking about how might trace minerals play roles in those. We need to be looking at, are we meeting the trace mineral needs of the animal from a highly available source? Some early work really gave us indication of the importance of these trace minerals for structural development. And this is a study conducted by Furquet et al. In turkeys. And as you may or may not know, turkeys can have significant leg problems due to their growth rates. And so the study looked at what was the impact of reducing leg problems as a turkey continued to grow. And so as we look out at weeks 12, 15, 17, and 20 of growth, what we see again is that bis-chelated trace mineral having a decreased percentage of leg problems compared to if turkeys had been fed similar levels of an inorganic trace mineral. So this was kind of the first evidence that trace mineral source matters. Now, about 2010, we conducted a large-scale study that was targeted at having about 4,000 females reaching parity 4. So we started with about 10,000 gilts, either fed a control program or the control program, which was all inorganic trace minerals, with a portion of the trace mineral supplementation substituted with the bis-chelated trace mineral. And although the difference in total removal rates was relatively small at less than 1%, it was significant, showing that there was repeatability in that measure. When we look at the relative removal reason due to locomotion, it was also reduced if the bis-chelated trace mineral comprised a portion of trace mineral supplementation. the industry, there's been a lot of talk of sow mortality. And in this early study, this was another area that we saw that was improved in developing gilts through their first parity, just simply by changing the trace mineral program to where a portion of it was coming from something other than all inorganic trace minerals. And that removal reason due to locomotion also had a relationship with mobility score being lower if a portion of that trace mineral was fed in the bis chelated trace mineral form. Now, that work has continued over the last several years to understand a bit more about the physiology of what's going on with respect to lameness. And the graph on the left represents standardizing some biomarkers associated with cartilage and bone metabolism and relating it to gait score. So a little bit hard to see there on the x-axis, but if you look, it's a score of 0 out to 4.5. So this is a 5-point scale from 0 to 4, with 0 being absolutely healthy and 4 being severely lame. And what you can see from this graph is there's a degree of lameness, a gait score of 2 or less, where there's really physiologically not much going on that's detectable looking at the biomarkers of bone and cartilage synthesis and degradation. However, past a gait score of 2, we do see these biomarkers starting to be affected. So the question then becomes, okay, does nutrition matter? Can we see nutritional changes in these biomarkers that relate to reductions in gait score? And this is really on the right, a graph of looking at the incidence of lameness as a result of the trace mineral program, where we use ractopamine hydrochloride as a stimulant of growth. And the results of this study have shown us that there's a mineral source impact on percent of lameness in late finishing, representing the gilt development phase of growth. And what we see is that by simply changing the trace mineral source, we can reduce the percent lame by approximately 40%. Now, this is important as we think about gilt development programs and that question of when should we start feeding gilts a different program. And if we're talking about trying to reduce lameness, we have evidence that just changing the trace mineral source for the last 60 days can have a significant impact on the percent lameness that you would see at the time of selection. Now, this study then went further, and okay, we had demonstrated there were differences between inorganic trace mineral source and this bis chelated source. So then the question became, okay, are all organic trace mineral sources the same? And so we conducted a study to investigate that question. And what we see when we look just at the percent lame is that definitely there were 2 sources that reduced the percent lame measured as a gait score of greater than 2. However, when we look at the physiology of what's going on, gait score doesn't tell us the whole story. What we see is that when it comes to serum bone synthesis biomarkers, that the bis chelated trace mineral had the highest level of bone synthesis biomarker. When we look at the serum cartilage synthesis biomarker, then we see also that the bis chelated trace mineral has the highest impact on serum cartilage synthesis as well. And these changes in serum bone and serum cartilage biomarkers are not insignificant. They're 17 to 28% changes, indicating that we're having pretty good impacts on improving the overall structural development of that growing animal, again, representing the developing gilt. So what does this mean for lifetime productivity? Well, if we can set her up through gilt development so that she'll be structurally sound and that she'll have the structure she needs to resist the challenges she might have during sow production, then we can improve lifetime productivity. And so this is a series of studies. There are 5 total studies here over 10 years, looking at over 230,000 fairing events per trace mineral program that make up this data set. And this compares feeding all or a portion of the trace mineral in that bischelated form compared to feeding all inorganic trace mineral. And on average, what we have observed is an improvement about 1.8 percentage points in fairing rate, a reduction in sow mortality rate of 7%, improved retention to parity 3 of 4.6 percentage points, and when we look down at pigs weaned per litter, an improvement of about 0.4 more pigs per litter. And so when we take that 0.4 more pigs per litter and figure 2.3, 2.4 litters per sow per year, this has the potential, just through changing the trace mineral source to the sow, of improving pigs per sow per year of about 1 more pig. Now, not only does the trace mineral source matter to the sow, it can also matter to the offspring, and this is important with highly prolific sows, because with highly prolific sows, we get the higher litter sizes, and the data has historically told us that when you increase litter size, you increase the percentage of piglets having a birth weight less than 1 kilogram. However, in the study from Zhao et al. 2012, we actually saw that this did not occur when the dams were fed the bischelated trace mineral as a portion of their total trace mineral supplementation. Those offspring also had better wean to finish performance, improved average daily gain by 2%, and most importantly, more pigs survived to market with a reduction in mortality rate of around 16% in the offspring from dams fed the bischelated trace mineral program. Subsequent work then showed that the dam trace mineral program also had an influence on the intestinal inflammation. This is work from Jiang et al. Published in 2020, showing that when the dam was fed the bischelated trace mineral, there was a reduction in mucus production, or excuse me, a reduction in gene markers for mucus production and nuclear factor kappa beta. So what does all this tell us? Gilts have a lower rebreeding efficiency after their first litter. There's some challenges there from a reproduction standpoint. Their offspring are at a disadvantage due to intrauterine growth-like restrictions. Repro and lameness are number 1 and number 2 reasons for culling through parity 4. So if we want to optimize gilt lifetime productivity, we need to be focused on minimizing the risk of those 2 factors. The gilt is our last chance to impact bone development, and trace minerals are important for many physiological functions, including repro, structure, and offspring development. And more than anything, this data tells us trace mineral source matters. It matters for structural development and risk of lameness. It matters for lifetime productivity, and it matters for offspring performance and survival. So I want to thank you for paying attention to today's presentation. I hope you took some things away from it, and that you are able to implement these to improve productivity in the production systems you work with.
Brad, thank you so much for your presentation today. It's been very informative. We do know, Brad, that we have a couple of questions, and just to remind everyone that please, if you do have questions, drop them into the YouTube chat and we'll pass them on to our speaker. So Brad, the first question we have is, how can producers ensure that trace mineral levels in feed are adequate and consistent? And what steps can be taken to avoid over and under supplementation?
Yeah, Dr. Griner, that's a great question that to a degree we don't have the answer to. We don't really know what the trace mineral requirement of the modern sow is, and there's additional work that really needs to be done. Traditionally, we focused on what will optimize her productivity, but increasingly research that we're looking at really calls into question, are we asking the right questions? Should we really be thinking about what's the right trace mineral need of the sow? to optimize the offspring performance and productivity. So the first part of the question is, what is the right level? And honestly, we don't know. We have to use kind of some guidelines that are out there today. And then the second part of that question is, well, how do I know, that there's consistency in the diets? And that really gets down to, are you doing, what's your routine feed quality program that you're doing to make sure that all of your nutrients are present in the diet? And then, zinc is probably the most important. So make sure that when you're doing your feed testing, you're checking at least your zinc levels to make sure that they're hitting targets.
Mm-hmm. Very good. I do have a question as well, and I think you and I visited on this in the past, but still want to get your input today. So there's plenty of work out there that shows that zinc's important in the ovary during periods of heat stress. Do we think that that's part of the mechanism of action around using organic zinc versus inorganic, and its ability to get to the ovary at enough levels to potentially support that? And maybe even, do you have data around heat stress and reproduction in different mineral compositions?
So yeah, that's a great question. What happens to the trace mineral requirement or trace mineral utilization during periods of heat stress? And when we look at our primary mechanisms, we think about glutathione peroxidase, and that's really not probably the one we need to focus on. It's the zinc copper superoxide dismutase and the role that zinc's going to play in that and helping manage heat stress. The bigger question here that we're beginning to get some answers to is, between trace mineral sources, where does the mineral go? Are there differences between the trace mineral sources we're feeding and the tissues that they go to and the amount of enrichment? And we have some data, not necessarily with ovaries, but some data around uterus. And we do see pretty significant differences in trace mineral source that you feed on how much zinc is enriched in the uterus. So there is some differentiation that occurs between trace mineral sources and those reproductive tissue targets. And so the question is, okay, is that helping with the repro? I certainly think so, given the impact that trace minerals have on hormone status, management of oxidative stress, as well as blood flow and the ability then of that blood to oxygenate the distal part of that uterus to help get nutrients to those piglets in utero.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. That's exciting work, and look forward to more information on that in the future. The last question I have for you today, Brad, is based on all the data that you've shared with us today, what's your recommendation in terms of when we should start feeding that gilt? Something different than maybe a wean to finish pig?
As early as possible is my typical recommendation. We didn't touch on it in this particular presentation, but going back to the 90s, Dr. Mahan and Shields did some work looking at using the time of breeding as 100%, if you will, of the trace mineral she will ever deposit in her life. And by 200 pounds, roughly, if you look across all of the trace minerals, by 200 pounds, she had already put on 50% of whatever the maximum was she was going to. So if we start late, like happens a lot of times, we've only got a window of being able to affect that maybe 20, 25%. Whereas if we start as absolutely young as possible, we can really optimize what she's going to have. And remember that one slide that I showed that's really kind of key is that gilt through her first gestation really appears to be our last opportunity to positively affect her from a structure standpoint. After that, we're trying to defend whatever we were able to build during gilt development. So my advice is always as early as possible.
Mm-hmm. That's great advice. Well, again, Brad, we want to thank you for your time. For our audience, again, this is Dr. Brad Lawrence with Novus. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome Dr. Shairong Song, or otherwise known as Emma, who's going to talk about the latest research of Sunphase HT, a phytase for low calcium and digestible phosphorus diets.
Hello everyone, I'm Emma Song, the Global Technical Manager of Wuhan Shanghai Biology Company. Today, I would like to share our latest research about our phytase product, the Sunphase HT, which is newly developed with super thermostability and which could be effectively used in monogastric feed. At first, I would like to briefly introduce our company. I'm proud to say that Shanghai is a key player in Chinese additive industry. We are the leaders of many industrial associations and involved in setting up lots of industrial standards. We are the top 5 enzyme enterprise in China and the top 20 feed additive enterprise in China and the top 50 feed enterprise in China. Shanghai was founded in 2000 and in 2003, we can produce the phytate products. And 4 years, in 2007, we had the first production base, the Linjiashan manufactory. Then we built the Shenzhou chemical to produce chemical additives. In 2012, we have our own R&D center. In 2016, we switched to a larger production base, the Jiulong plant, with enzyme production capacity to 35,000 million tons per year. In 2022, we expand the production capacity again to citing the second plant, which is specially produced the probiotics and functional additives. Our main production is enzymes, probiotics, and functional additives. Here is the enzyme production plant, the Jiulong factory, with the enzyme production capacity 35 tons per year. This is the inside of Jiulong manufactory with automatic equipments. We have already got such certifications and promising our product can be sold all over the world. I want to emphasize here we have our own R&D center. We are specializing at string technology, the biomanufacturing and standard making, precision application, and essentials. Shanghai R&D Center has the ability to develop new products, upgraded the manufacturing techniques, and built a database for enzyme or probiotic use, which is the foundation of our good quality products. With accumulating for more than 20 years, Shanghai R&D Center has built 3 useful databases as the raw material anti-nutritional factors database, the KA Shanghai Fast Data Cloud, and the Farm Metagenome database, which helps customer know the anti-nutritional values and the content of the anti-nutritional factors in their feed formulation, which also helps us to design prices, enzyme recipes to solve the problems from the customers. Moreover, the Farm Metagenome database could know the animal's character, the effect of the farming environment, and predict the potential risks in the farm. Now, Shanghai has been sold nationwide and also been sold to more than 20 countries and regions, such as North America, European Union, the Middle East, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and etc. The star feed enzyme is a heat-resistant phytase, glucose oxidase, and protease. We can also produce NSP enzymes such as xalanase, beta-glucanase, beta-manganase, cellulase, and pectinase, and etc. Next, I want to introduce our latest research on phytase. We cooperated with the University of Guelph. We evaluated their performance bone quality, nutrient digestibility, and metabolism in nursery pigs, fed by corn and soybean meal-based diet, but low in calcium and digestible phosphorus. As we know that swine feed consists of plant-based ingredients containing the phytate. It is a major storage form of the phosphorus. While the phytate could not be well used by the animals, let's look at its structure. The phosphorus tied connection to the inositol and thus limits the phosphorus use. And at the same time, it also collects with many mineral salts such as zinc, ferrum, calcium, and form the complex, and therefore reducing their bioavailability. This is the reason that we use the phytase, which especially works on the phytate by hydrolyzing the bonding site and thus release the phosphorus. And also at the same time, to release the collect trace elements, endogenous enzymes. On the one hand, which can remove the anti-nutritional effect of the phytate and increase the concentration of dietary nutrients. Finally, improve the feed use. On the other hand, the natural phosphorus in the plant could be used and thus reducing the exogenous phosphorus supplement for lowering feed cost. More important, natural phosphorus could be used and then reduce the excretion in animals' feces, thus avoiding the phosphorus pollution into the environment. According to the about background, we conducted this project to evaluate the effect of microbiophytase in replacement of MCP on growth performance and the bone properties of the nursery piglets. Here is the experiment methods and materials. There are 120 piglets in total for 4 treatments. We start the trial on day 21 after weaning with initial body weight around 7 kilograms. Here is the experiment design, the common MCP content in positive control. One of 12.4 kilograms per ton, the total phosphorus is 0.61% compared to the negative control. Compared to positive control, the negative control was reduced 10 kilograms of MCP and maintains 2.6 kilograms per ton of MCP, and the total phosphorus was 0.41%. The discrepancy was 0.2%. Based on the negative control, we supplement with Sunface HT at 500 units per kilogram and 1,000 units per kilogram, respectively. Here is the feed formulation. The difference is only for the MCP content. The phosphorus was 0.2% lower in negative control compared to positive control. After 42 days rearing, we can see the average dietary feed intake, the average dietary gain, and the feed efficiency was all improved by the phytase supplementation. And we can see that in the last 2 treatments, it's the phytase treatment, but it has already reduced 0.22% calcium and 0.19% available phosphorus. And from the result, we can see that at 1,000 units per kilograms, the Sunface HT have higher average dietary gain than 500 units per kilogram supplementation. We also analyzed the digestibility of the nutrients, especially for the calcium and the phosphorus. Their digestibility was significantly improved compared to negative control, and even higher than the positive control, although 0.22% calcium and 0.19% phosphorus was reduced in phytase group. Moreover, Sunface HT at level of 1,000 unit per kilograms has the highest calcium and phosphorus digestibility than 500 unit per kilogram. The Wheeler's heat crop dust and Wheeler's heat 2 crop dust were all improved by Phytase, no matter at 500 unit or 1,000 unit per kilogram. And the metacarpals and metatarsals development were also significantly improved by Phytase, no matter at 500 unit per kilogram or 1,000 unit per kilogram. Especially for the dry wheat, the lens and ash wheat were all improved. Here is the analysis of the plasma metabolites. The phosphorus-related parameters as the phosphorus, blood phosphorus, and ALP were significantly affected by the Phytase inclusion or not. The phosphorus was significantly reduced in the negative control, but with the supplementation of Sunphase HT at 500 and 1,000 unit per kilograms, it back to the normal concentration and comparable to the positive control. For the ALP, which is significantly higher in the negative control, but with some supplement with 500 or 1,000 unit per kilogram of Sunphase HT, it to the normal concentration and comparable to the positive control. In conclusion, the Phytase supplement at the level of 500 unit per kilogram could reduce dietary calcium and phosphorus by 0.22% and 0.19% respectively, but without negative effect on growth performance, nutrient digestibility, and organ development for nursery pigs, which could significantly lower the feed cost and increase the profit of farming. Sunphase HT at level of 1,000 unit per kilogram has the best performance for a higher retention rate after feed pelleting, the higher nutrient digestibility, and greater growth improvement, better regulation on blood metabolites, and larger organ development than 500 unit per kilogram supplementation. And in the next, I want to briefly introduce the character of the Phytase that used in this experiment. It is a bacterial 6-type Phytase and originated from the semi-stable E. coli strain and produced through the advanced submerged liquid fermentation technology. It is intrinsic semi-stable and tolerant to 95 degrees. It has the promised activity retention rate after practical feed processing conditions, and its ultra-fine granule forms provide the uniform dispersion and excellent the flow ability. It has the efficiency under a wide range of pH and suitable for the acidic environment in animals' gastric intestine. It good resistance to endogenous enzymes and gastric acid in gastric intestine, and it compatible with trace elements in complete feed. It has strong influence on available phosphorus release during the feed pelleting process. It can reduce feed cost by reducing DCP or MCP content in the diet by reasonably use the Sunphase HT. It has the effective matrix value could substitute for 0.12 to 0.20% available phosphorus for broiler, layer, and swine feed. And many customers wondered its thermostability on the actual feed pelleting process. Thus, we cooperated with the Canada Feed Research Center to evaluate its heat stability under 75, 85, and 95 degrees. Here is the feed formulation. Under the 75 degree, Sunphase HT have 76% recovery rate and significantly higher than the competitors. And under the 85 degrees, it has nearly 60% retention rate. It's also significantly higher than the competitors. And more importantly, Sunface HT could release phosphorus during the feed pelleting process, and it could be released 74% of phosphorus during the feed pelleting process. It's significantly higher than the competitors. And on 85, it can release 20% phosphorus, and also significantly higher than the competitors. So from this result, we can show the superheat stability of Sunface HT, and also evidence the excellent phosphorus efficiency of Sunface HT. Sunface HT has wide pH adaptability. The optimal pH is from the 4 to 5.5, which is very suitable to the animal's gastric intestine environment, guaranteeing the high efficiency in the whole gut of animals. Sunface HT also has high resistance to the endogenous protease, more than 90% retention to pepsin and trypsin. Sunface HT has high resistance to trace elements, more than 90% retention to mostly mineral source. Next is our recommendation for Sunface HT application for the different purpose. First is to improve the quality of the diet on top supplement of Sunface HT that without changing the feed formulation. The next is to reduce the feed cost but keep the same quality of the diet. We can change the feed formulation by reducing MCP or DCP in the diet by using the Sunface HT. And nowadays, super high dose is a trend with high levels of Sunface HT to get extra values of the calcium, phosphorus, and amino acids, and also obtain a high level of inositol, the healthcare product. Here is the brief introduction of our Sunface HT products, and to briefly introduce our latest research and results. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Shirang, for your time today. We do have one question from the audience, and that goes to the question around some of our phytase companies today are promoting that their phytase releases other nutrients. So, for example, amino acids. Have you done this work with your product, or is this something you're going to be doing in the future?
Okay, hello everyone. Yes, actually we did a lot of research about our phytase products, and in this presentation we can see our Sunface HT could improve the digestibility of calcium and phosphorus markedly, and we also got from the other research that the protein and the amino acids and the ash digestibility was also improved by our Sunface HT, because that the phytate could connect to reduce the digestive enzymes activity and thus reduce the digestibility of all the nutrients. But if we to remove the anti-nutritional effect of the phytate by our Sunface HT, it can increase the digestive enzymes and thus to improve all the nutrients, almost all the nutrients digestibility.
Mm-hmm. Good. So if someone would like to use your product, you already have those numbers available for each different amino acid and its release value?
Yes. From the previous research, we found that almost all the animal acids digestibility or availability was all improved.
Okay, good. Perfect. I think that's what our audience was asking and they were curious about. Mm-hmm. I don't see any other questions at this time. I do want to thank you again for your presentation as well. And so again, for our audience, this is Dr. Shurong Song, who is part of Sunhai. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time. Thanks.
So everyone, I do want to thank you for making it to the end of our event today. Certainly, if we look at what we have covered today, I think we've had a wide range of talks and topics. Certainly, when I talk to others about current issues in the swine industry, the word that keeps coming up is the word sustainability. And how we define sustainability depends on what we're doing and what we're involved in. But when we look at today, we can define sustainability in what I call 3 different categories. We've had demonstrations today of ways to improve nutrient utilization through the use of multi-enzyme packets, through a product that does probiotic and enzyme mixes, and certainly has just demonstrated new phytases that are, again, providing additional value and releasing additional nutrients beyond the original just phosphorus that we were so trained to with phytase. Another category that we see today in that theme of sustainability was improving livability. Certainly in the conversation around organic minerals and how that can improve the livability of the sow or the longevity within the herd. The discussion around endotoxins and the ability to have products that can bind those endotoxins, potentially help that weaned pig through that transition into that nursery phase. And certainly other health products that are involved in reducing potential PRRS infections and boosting that immune system as those pigs again come in off that truck. And lastly, in that category is conversation around vitamins. And there's many parts to that as well as to which vitamins and how we use them. But they certainly do indicate that they have opportunity to improve the health of our animals. The last phase of sustainability that I think of today is what I would just call overall production efficiencies. So the conversation around different types of or numbers of phases within the nursery, reducing potentially time within the mill, potential transportation of additional diets to the farm. And then lastly, even just the efficiency of how we can measure things on the farm, such as being able to quickly measure whether or not a drug is in the feed. I think all of those things today have demonstrated that we have companies that are dedicated to continuing to improve the lives of not only the animals, but also those that are working around those animals to provide protein to the world. And so with that, I do want to close our event. I want to thank you all again for those who stayed, as well as those who attended. And it has been a pleasure to be with you this afternoon, as well as conversing with all of our speakers. I would like to once again, and lastly, thank all of our sponsors who made today possible. And those would be Alltech, DSM, Elanco, IFF, Carey, Novus, Purina Mills, Essential Ag Solutions, and Sunhai. Thank you all. I wish you a fantastic day, and I hope to see you all again soon.